Welcome to the Getting Started course with Blazor. My name is Brogain and I will be your instructor for this course. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe to the channel, that way you are always notified of the new video that I release. But I am super excited for this course. Learning new technology can be daunting, especially if you don't know where to start or if you follow incomplete or outdated courses. This course is a solution to all of that. Blazor is a revolution in .NET programming. With the use of Blazor, you can build interactive applications using C# that previously required JavaScript. For both front-end as well as back-end, you can use the framework and programming language that you love, which is C# and .NET. In this course, we will learn Blazor from ground zero. We will first familiarize ourselves with the syntax and fundamentals of Blazor, and then we will build small snippets of code where we will learn the fundamentals. Blazor has changed drastically with new version, and there are multiple options to select when creating a new Blazor web application. We will be using Blazor server with global interactivity, but once we get a solid foundation of the fundamentals, I will give you a brief overview of other configurations as well. Whatever we learn in this course can be applied to other configuration with some minor changes. But when we learn the fundamentals of Blazor, everything will make much more sense. Now I do not believe in just coding. Because of that, there will be multiple assignments to practice along with me as we learn Blazor. Let me walk you through the topics that will be covered in this course. We will start with the Blazor fundamentals and understand what are the basic files and folders that are created when you create a Blazor web application. Once we understand the fundamentals behind the file, we will create components in Blazor and we will see forms in Blazor. Now when I say Blazor fundamentals, we will take a deep dive into parameters, properties in Blazor, render fragments, event callback, cascading parameters, and much more. We need to make sure that the fundamentals are pretty solid before we continue on with the course. After that, we will explore routing in Blazor and see how we can bind properties to the route parameters or query string that we provide. Then we will see how Blazor interacts with custom JavaScript. Even though main use of Blazor is to replace JavaScript, there are always third-party component libraries that we need to integrate in our project, and we will see exactly how to call JavaScript from the Blazor application. Then we will explore lifecycle methods in Blazor that are provided on every component and what is the advantage of each one of them. Finally, when it comes to Blazor, there are multiple configurations that are available when you create a project. You have to select interactivity and also type of interactivity, whether it is a page level or a global level interactivity. We will take a deep dive and explore all of them, including Blazor SSR, that is interactive server-side rendering. And once we complete all of that, then we will build a project where we will integrate Entity Framework core with Blazor, and we will perform CRUD operation on a database model where we will include notifications from Toaster and much more. By the end of this course, you will have a solid understanding in fundamentals of Blazor that you can continue on with the application, and I have a detailed course where you can basically take the code that you have built here and continue on to build a complete e-commerce application using Stripe as payment gateway, order management, displaying all the products, adding them to shopping cart, and much more. I will have a link of that in the description below, or you can navigate to .NETmastery.com and look for Blazor course. But I hope you are excited for all the topics of fundamentals that we are going to cover in this course, and let me get started with all of that from the next video. In this video, we will be creating our Blazor project, and I have Visual Studio 2022. Let me create a new project. When we select next here, we will see a list of template, and there we have Blazor web app. If you do not see it here, you can always search for that, but let me select that and I will hit the next button. I will call this project Learn Blazor. It will be an introductory project where we will explore the basic fundamentals of Blazor. Let me select next here and we have more options. I am using .NET 9 here, but you can select .NET 8 if you want. Things will be aligned pretty much the same. If you do want to use .NET 9, right now you will have to install Visual Studio 2022 Preview, and that is what I am using. Because .NET 9 has not been released yet, I will be using the preview version. Next I have authentication type. You can select individual user account or you can go with no authentication. I do not want to overcomplicate things when we are learning, so we will keep that as none for now, and later on we will add individual accounts. Configure for HTTPS, we can set that to be true, and then we have interactive render mode. If you open the drop-down here, you have server, WebAssembly, auto, and none. This can be overwhelming for someone who is getting started with Blazor. If you have worked with Blazor before .NET 8, you will remember that there was Blazor Server and Blazor WebAssembly. But Blazor in .NET 8 using Blazor Web App is something different. Well, the fundamentals are the same, but the interactivity mode is different and it is much better. I will not go into that complexity right now. Let me select Server here as the interactivity mode, and after we explore the basic fundamentals of programming in Blazor, then I will dive deeper inside the interactive render modes. After that we have interactivity location that can be changed by per page or component, or we can have a global interactivity with Blazor. In order to understand the basic fundamentals, we will take the simpler approach, which is global interactivity. Now again, I will explore all of these options later on in the course rather than bombarding you with new technology and new things right now. For now, just select server as the interactivity mode and location as global. With that, we will include the sample pages and we want to use the top level statements, so that looks good. Let me hit the create button and that will create our project, and perfect. With that, we have created our first Blazor project. Now before I move forward here, let me add the project to source control, and I will be using GitHub here. Let me select that. And perfect. I am already logged in here, so you can see my account here. Repository name, I will call that Learn Blazor, that is good. I will make that a private repository for now, but once the course is live, this will be a public repository. Let me select create and push here, and perfect. If I open my GitHub account here and go to repositories, you will notice we have Learn Blazor here, and perfect. We have all the code here. That way when I commit any code for any lecture, you can come here and exactly see what was updated in that particular video. This is great because if something is not working, you can always revert your changes before you proceed on the next video. Now again, if GitHub is not something that you are familiar with, do not worry. I have a detailed course about GitHub and using GitHub with Visual Studio. GitHub is very essential for any developer for source control, so if you are not comfortable with that, I would highly recommend that course on .NET Mastery. But with that, we have added our project to source control. Let me continue from the next video. Let me go back to the project here, and before we do anything here, let me run the project. Let's see what exactly the default project comes with and explore the files that are there. Perfect. It brings up the page here. You can see on the left side we have navigation for home, counter, and weather. When we select that, you can see there was some loading and then it disappears. Now here everything is being done using Blazor. When we click here, you can see the counter also increases. All of that is the power of Blazor, and here we are not using any JavaScript right now. If we had to do the same things using MVC, we would probably have to use some JavaScript to increment that counter to get the interactivity that you saw on the screen. Now this is the default application that comes with Blazor. In order to explore that, you can see we have few components and pages here. Before we work on anything else here, let me switch back here and explore the files and folder that are included in the default Blazor project and walk you through what each file is responsible for. Now I want to create a new Razor component and display that right here. For that, if you remember when we went through the files and folder, we have component, and there in the layout we have nav menu. That is responsible for the navigation that we see on the left side. So what we can do is copy this particular div here that is for weather, paste that one more time. We have a nav link here, but rather than that, let me use the default anchor tag, and then we need href to the new component that we add. I need to add that component here, so let me go back here. In the components, we have the pages folder. Let me create a new folder inside there. I will call that Learn Blazor. Inside that folder, I will create a new Razor component. You can see in the add option here, we have a quick select of Razor component. If you are working with MVC and Razor pages, you might think that Razor component is actually Razor pages that are there in .NET. Blazor components are actually called Razor component here, and you can also see the small icon right here that is for Blazor. We need to select that to add a new Blazor component, and you can see they end with .razor. So here we will give that a name. Let me call that bind prop. I am naming that because we will learn how to bind properties in Blazor. Perfect, our component is created. How can we redirect to this particular component from the anchor tag that we have here? When you work with MVC, you have model, views and controller, but when you work with Razor pages, it is typically the route how the files are organized. But with Blazor, it is different. In Blazor, when you create a component, at the very top, you have to define route for that component. Right here, we will define that using the @page directive, and then we have to define what route we want to give for this component. I will give it the same name that we have for the folder Learn Blazor and then bind prop. But you can give that a different route if you want, but whatever route you give to this component here, that is exactly what you will put in the anchor tag. With that in place here, let me run the application again. We have error here, let me see what that is. Components does not exist here. We will come back to this later on and we will rename a few things. But for now, let me remove the learnblazor.components from the underscore imports.razor. Let me save that and run the application. Perfect. You can see the name is weather here. We can go back and modify that. We want to call that bind property. If I save that and if I go back, you will notice it automatically changes that, and there was a check icon here. That is because of hot reload. With Blazor, you have something called as hot reload, and I have hot reload on file save. That means whenever I save the file, it will automatically reload that, and we do not have to restart the application. Now if I select on bind prop, what do you think will happen? If we go back here, you can see bind prop only displays an h3 with bind prop. So right here in the div, this will be replaced with bind prop, and that is exactly what we want. You can see it navigates to learn Blazor bind prop, and that is working as expected. Now we will dive deeper into navigation with Blazor, but right now you can see the basic navigation. We have to use the add page directive to define the route, and in the nav menu we used anchor tag. In the default one it was using nav link, but I will come back to that. I will keep everything simple for now. We are using the basic anchor tag with the href directive. With that we have created our first Blazor component, and that looks good. We have created a new component in our Blazor project, and there we want to bind few properties. Typically when you are working with a project, you will have models, and there you will have the properties. In order to understand that, let me create a model. Right here, let me create a folder. I will call that as models, and there let me create a new class. Call that as product. In the product model here, let me create properties. We will have product ID, name of the product, that will be string, and finally let me add a boolean on whether that product is active or not. Now let's say we want to use this product model in the new component that we added here. The main question is, how will we do that? If we are working with an MVC application, we did that in controllers, but when you are working with Blazor, you can see there is something that is at code block. That code block is basically responsible for all the functionalities that you use to write in controller or code behind files in a typical .NET application. So whatever code behind or whatever code that you have to write to load data, to fetch data, to do some update functionality, everything will go inside the at code block that you see right here. So what we want to do is create a product object here. If I write product here, you can see it is not accessible. We need to write the complete path here, which is models.product, and then let me give it a name of product is equal to new, and that works. When we do that, if you want to provide some initial values here, we can do that as well. ID, let me set that to be 1. Name, let's say product1 here. And we have is active, set that to be true. With that, we have our model. How can we display the properties of our model in the Blazor component? For that, let me change the title here to be product, and I will call that one-way data binding. Or rather, let me just call that data binding, that's okay. And how do we use that product? We can use that easily using the @name directive. So here, when we want to display name of the product, we can use @sign, and then we can use our product object. So right here, we can use product dot and the property that we want to display, that is name. Let me add a new line here, and we want to display is active. We can say product, we can say product dot is active. With that, let me run the application and see if that works. We will navigate to bind property, and perfect. The BR tag is not working. Let me see why. I forgot that. Perfect. If I save that, great. Hot reload kicks in, and that is working as expected. So what you should remember is where you have the HTML here, you can mix your C# code by using the @sign here, and typically whatever code you need, that will be written in the @code block at the end. But with that, what we have seen is one-way data binding. What I mean by that is whatever we have in our product, only that will be displayed here. If you want to update the product name in input field, that cannot be updated using one-way data binding. If you want to accomplish that, then we need to look at two-way data binding, and that we will see in the next video. When we are learning data binding, I did mention in the last video that what we have here is one-way data binding. And what exactly do I mean by that? Well, right here, let me create one more property. It will be integer, and let me call that price. Well, let me make it a double here. That makes more sense. And perfect. Let me display that. I will have to add a BR tag here, price, and let me add product.price. Let me also have an input field for the price here. We will have input tag here. Type is equal to number. Remove the space here. That will not work. Perfect. For the value, I will bind that to product.price. You can see in the input tag where we have to bind, we will do the exact same thing using the @ sign, and that way it will display price in the input field. We do not have to restart if I save and go back here. Perfect. The BR is not present. Let me add that here. And perfect. That looks good. The default price is 0 here, but if you try to type something, you can see it is being entered here, but the actual price that is being displayed here is not updated. And the reason behind that is what we see is one-way data binding. Two-way data binding basically means that when you update something in the input field, it should also update that price in the product model. How do we accomplish that? Before I show that, right here let me add a price and give it a value of, let's say, $5. Go back here. I will have to refresh the page here, and perfect. Default price is 5. If I update, nothing happens. In order to add two-way data binding, where we have the value here, you will rather use @bind and then value. Once you add that, and if you save it, go back here. Let me refresh. Now if you type something here, you can see the price is also being updated. But let me refresh again and show you something else. When you type something, it does not get updated right away. When you click outside of the text box, that is when it is updated. So basically, two-way data binding is working, but we still need to figure out that whenever we type, as soon as we type, it should update that. But before I do that, if we go back here, and if I replace the bind value with only bind, that will also work. Let me show that. Perfect. You can see that is working. Previously in the older version of Blazor, we had bind value, but with the new update, they have replaced that with only bind, and that is also sufficient. But now the main question. Right now when we type something, it does not update because by default the event that is updated is on focus. Because the default is on change. But when you type something, we want to update the default event to update to be on input rather than on change. Modifying that is super simple as well. Right here, we want to bind, but this time we want to bind an event. So we will say bind event, and on what event we want to bind that, that will be on input. We have an error here, let me see, and of course, bind, we have the colon event, and then is equal to on input. With that, let me save and go back here, and now you will notice as soon as you type, the price is getting updated. So whenever we type on input, it is binding that price, and that is exactly what we were looking for. So here we understood two-way data binding using the @bind here, and then if we want to change the default bind event, we have @bind colon event, and we can modify that event. One more thing that I want to show here is, let me copy this, add a BR tag here, and let me paste that. Another way that I displayed before was using bind value. Now if you do use bind value here, then when you are binding that to an event, you cannot use only bind. You have to use bind value in that case, and that will also work exactly the same. Let me go back, and now even if I modify in one place, you can see in all of them it is modifying the price because all of them are using the same product model, and that price is being updated. Now it's time for a very small assignment. If you remember, we have the active flag. What I want you to do is I want to display that here, but I want you guys to display whether this product is active or not. So if the default value is active, then it should display active. If that is false, then it should display inactive. You can see the true and false here. Based on that, if that is false, it should display inactive here. Try that around with Blazor and see if you can accomplish that small task. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. The assignment was pretty simple. We had to display this product is and whether it is active or not. It will not be a true or false, but we need to display active or inactive word. We will have the @ sign here, and we need to check if product dot is active. If that is active, we will display active, else inactive. Let me add a BR here, and perfect. Let me run the application, and perfect. Product is active. But now what I want is I want a checkbox here that will toggle the active and inactive status, where we have the input price rather than price here. Let me say is active, and the input type will be checkbox. Where we have the bind here, let me bind that to be product dot is active, and we do not need a bind event. Perfect. With that, let me save. We will have to rebuild here, rebuild and apply changes. Sometimes when hard reload is not able to perform the functionality, it will ask us to restart, and that is okay. But perfect. You can see the is active is checked by default, and if I change that, the product is active is also being toggled. So that is great. But let me show you one more thing. Bind actually binds the is active to the default value, but if you wanted to use bind value here, things will be different. Let me save, go back here, and refresh. Perfect. You can see the product is active. But even though it is active, you can see the checkbox default checked property is not selected. That was automatically done when we were using bind. So if you are using the bind value here, you will have to set the checked property. In order to do that, we will use @ sign here, product dot is active. If that is active, we want that to be checked, else we want that to be no. If you save that, you can see by default now it is active, and that looks good. One more thing, if you try to use checked with bind here, not bind value, it will display you an error message, and that will be explicit. The attribute checked is used 2 or more times in this element because the bind attribute also sets the checked property. So that is something that you should keep in mind. Bind actually has the checked by default, and we will use that. That way we do not have to explicitly set the checked property. But with that, our field should be good. If I refresh here, perfect, that is working. To understand the next topic here, I want to implement Dropdown and some properties of the product. For that, I will create a new model. Let me go back in the models folder. Where is that? Let me add a new class here, and I will call that product prop for product properties. In the class here, I will have an integer ID. Next, I will have a key and a value. Perfect. That looks good for the model. What this model will be responsible for is, let's say in our product we have multiple properties, and each one of them will be inside key value. Since a product can have multiple properties here, let me go to product here, and I will add IEnumerable of the product prop here, and I will call that product properties. With that, let me go back to our Blazor page here where we have product, and I will add few product properties. Again, when we search here for product prop, that will not work. We will have to go in models, dot product prop here, and let me create some unique values. I am creating 3 properties here. Well, the ID, let me modify that to be 3. And where we have the new, we will have to create a list of models dot product prop. Error should go away, and perfect. That looks good. With that, in our product model, we have multiple product properties. But what we want to work on is, let's say after the price here, I want to display all the product properties in a dropdown. We will have a select tag there, and we will have a for each loop. We can use the add syntax here, and we can use C# programming for the for each. We will say variable prop in product dot product properties. For each of those properties, we will add an option here. The value, we can keep that as prop dot key. It will be a capital K here. Perfect. And the value will be prop dot value. With that, let me run the application. If I go to bind prop here, great, we have the dropdown. Let me display product properties here. Perfect, let's take a look. And that looks good. Now right now we are displaying the values of the product properties, but how about we display the key here, and based on the selection, we display value in the next line. Let me add another BR here, and perfect. In the option here, I want to display key. Let me save that. If I go back here, and perfect, we have color, size, and flavor. So based on that, whatever is selected, we want to display value in the next line. In order to display what property was selected, we need to hold that in a variable. I will go back here and let me create a variable. That will be private string selected prop, and let me keep that empty. Now in the select here, we can bind that. I will use @bind here. We want to bind that to the selected prop. Finally, I want to display that here. So selected prop is equal to @selected prop here. And I will add a BR. Perfect. Let me save that and let's take a look. If I modify that, you can see that is working. If I refresh here, by default nothing is selected, but if I update that, that is working as expected. Now the next thing that I want to do here is, based on the selected property, I want to display the selected value. So let me copy and paste that again here, and that will only be populated if selected property is not null or empty. We can have a regular if condition using the @ sign here, and we will say not string dot is null or empty. If the selected property is not null or empty, only then we will display the selected value. Let me paste that here. It will be selected value. I will enclose that in a paragraph tag here. Perfect. In order to get the selected value, we will have to go to product here. And there we have product properties. We will be using link operation. First.default u goes to u.key is equal to selected prop. That will retrieve the complete product properties, but we want the value, so I will say dot value. With that, let me save and let me go back. Perfect. Flavor, you can see it's rose here. Size, if I modify that, it's working. Color is red. Size is 20 ounce. Perfect. So our dropdowns are working as expected, and based on that, we are toggling the selected property and its corresponding value. We have bind property.razor here, and if we scroll down here, you can see where we have to access any of the model, we need the complete namespace. Now that can be annoying. Right now it's only one folder, but what if it was inside 3 hierarchy? One way to fix this is rather than having model start after the page directive, I can add a using statement for models. Once you add the using statement here, if you scroll down, that is working. We no longer need the models here. Let me remove that. And perfect. That looks good. Another thing that you can do is, because you will be using models in other Blazor components, rather than adding it here, you can add that in the main page underscore imports. And right here we can add the using statement for models. Once you add it in the imports here, it will be available to all the pages, and that way, if you go back to the bind property, scroll down, you can see it is accessible. Let me run the application to make sure we have not broken anything here. And perfect, that looks good. Now while I am here, let me clean this up a little bit. Let me go back here, add a div, give it a class of row. In there we will add a div, give it a class of column 6, border and padding 3. Let me have 2 of those divs here. In the first one I will add everything that we are updating. Like we have this input field, we have the drop down here and the checkbox. Let me copy, or rather cut that, paste that right here. Perfect. And everything else, let me cut that and I will paste that right here. Perfect. That looks good. Where I have the heading here, let me say product summary. Add an HR here and give it a class of text primary. Copy that, add a heading here as well, and I will say product playground because we are able to do some manipulation. We go back here and perfect. That looks good. Right now we are working with one product, but what I want to work on is multiple product. In the bind razor here, let me scroll down. We have one product that is created. Rather than a list of product prop here, I want a list of product. For that, what we will do is we will have a list of product here. Let me call that product list is equal to, and let me do new. Now one thing that I want to tell here is right now we are initializing everything in the code block itself, but Blazor has lifecycle methods that can be used to do some different type of initialization, because many times what will happen is you might have an API endpoint or you might be loading all the products from the database. For that we will have to override the built-in lifecycle, and let me show you the first one is override, that is on initialized. There is also an asynchronous version of that, but we will be using the synchronized version. Let me zoom in a little bit. Perfect. We have the on initialized method here, and there we will load the product list. Right now we do not want to load from the database, so if you go back to the snippets that we have downloaded earlier, and if you have not downloaded them, you can download them by going to .NETmastery.com, and there in the course details, I have attached all the snippets. In the snippets folder here, section 3, we have the product list. Let me copy, I am seeding 2 products here to the product list. Copy that and make sure that you name this exactly the same. That is what I have used. We can replace the on initialized here, and that looks good. Let me align this. Perfect. We have added 2 products to our product list here. If you have used different name for the properties here, you will have to fix that accordingly, but if you are using the same name, that would work. Now for the future, I will recommend you use the same name that I am using for variables. That way when I provide snippets, it will align perfectly with what we are working on. But with that, we have a product list that we are initializing on the onInitialized life cycle. Now with that, it's time for your next assignment. It's time for your next assignment. In the product list, we have added multiple product. Based on that, I want you to create a product table. You will have to iterate through that, and you will have to use the table tag with tBody and tHead. tHead will have the headers and tBody will have both the products, where you will have two-way binding with the product name, price of the product, and isActive flag. So good luck with the first part of the assignment, and once that is complete, I will walk you through on what will be the next assignment. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. That is pretty straightforward. In the div row here, let me minimize the first two here. We will create a div, give it a class of column 12 and padding 4. Perfect. Inside there, I will have an h2 with a class of text success here. And let me display product table. Then finally, we need to work on our final table here. Let me add some classes here, table striped. Inside there, we will have a tHead here. Inside there, we will have table row. And there with td, the first column is name. Let me add that as product name here. Copy the td and paste that 2 more times. Next, we have price of the product, and then whether that product is active or not. Perfect. That looks good for the header. Then we have tBody. Let me add that. And in tBody, we need for each loop, because we have multiple product, we need to display all of them. So we will say variable prod in product list. Perfect. For each one of them, we will have a new row here. And in the td, let me add input fields. That is what we want. Whoops. We have input, type is equal to text, and then we need to bind that. So bind, and we will bind that to prod.name. We need to change the default event as well. So bind, and then we have event. I will update that to be on input. Let me fix that. Copy that td, paste that 2 times. The next one will be price here, and finally will be isActive. With that, we do not need the bind event, and type will be checkbox. Perfect. I believe that looks good. Let me run the application and see what happens. Let me go to bind prop here, and perfect. We have the product table, we have name, price, and isActive. That looks good for our assignment. Now we have a final piece of assignment where we need to display product summary for the product table. There you will basically display product name, price in square bracket, and whether that product is active or not. All 3 of the properties that we display of the product here, they are two-way binding to the table. If I update price here, it gets updated. If I update name here, that also gets updated. And even checkboxes have two-way binding. So good luck with that assignment, and I will show you the solution in the next video. For the final part of the assignment, after the table here, we need to display product summary. So after the table tag, let me add some line here, br tag. And then in the h2 here, we will display product summary. For that again, we will have a for each loop, variable prod in product list. And we need to display a p tag here, where we will first display product name, prod.name, price is in square bracket. So prod.price, we will say is, and then whether that product is active or not. So prod.isActive. Perfect. We will display this product of price and if that is active or not. Now because we are using two-way binding here, we do not need to update anything. That will automatically be updated. If I save that, my application is already running. Let me go back here and perfect. You can see Midnight Blaze price is false. Now rather than true or false, we want to display whether that is active or not. So we can use ternary operator. If that is true, we will display active, else we will display inactive. Save that here and perfect. We display whether that product is active or not. We modify here and that is working as expected. With that, we had good practice of two-way binding here and that looks good. It's time for your next assignment. You need to create a new component with the name of demo product, and when you navigate there you can see the route here is learn Blazor demo product, and that is where you will create the component. Now of course you can give a different route and create it in some other place, but for this tutorial let's follow that convention. On that page we will display the two product, and that product are exactly the same that we are using in product table here. So you can copy how we populate and generate that list in this new component. Then you need to display product followed by ID of the product, name of the product, and there will be a new checkbox, show properties. If that is checked here, then you will display the product properties, else they will not be displayed. You will also add a delete button here, but that will not be functional. It should be a recap of what we have learned so far in Blazor, but I want you guys to practice that before you move forward. So good luck with that, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. Now we need to create a new component with the name of demo product. Let me close all the tabs other than this one, and we will navigate here. In the pages folder where we have learned Blazor, we need to add a razor component. Let me call that demo product. Now what is the first and most important thing in a component is whether we can navigate to that component or not, and that we can define using the add page directive. You can see here we had that on the top here, and for this one also we will go to learn Blazor / let me call that demo product as well, and that looks good, but here we will add a /. If you do not add that, you can see there is error automatically, so by default it requires a / at the end when you are writing the navigation route for that Blazor component. Then before we work on anything, we need to add that in the nav menu here. Let me copy the counter that we had, paste it one more time here. We will have anchor tag. We are not using the nav link right now. And the route is learn Blazor / demo product. Call that the same demo product here. Perfect. Let me run the application and see if that works. We will navigate to demo product and perfect. That works. After that, we need list of products. We can copy that from the bind property here where we have the code block. Let me copy that and paste that in the demo product here. Remove this one, and we do not need the individual product. Let me remove that. Perfect. That looks good. We have the on initialized and we are populating the product list here. Next thing that we need to work on is the HTML here. For the H3, let me make it H2. Give it a class of text primary and perfect. Next we need a div here. Let me add some border, padding 2, margin top of 2, and let me give it BG secondary for a background color. Perfect. Add a div, give it a class of row, and there we need a for each loop to iterate through the product list and display the product. That is pretty straightforward with what we have done so far. So prod in product list here, and we need to work on some styling. Class of BG light here, border, margin 1, and column 5. Let me add the closing div. Perfect. Now in that div, we need h4 for the heading. Give it a class of secondary. And let me call that product. We need to display the ID here. We will say prod.id. Next property is name of the product, so prod.name. And we have a checkbox here, show properties, where we'll have the input. Type will be checkbox. And we will bind that with prod.isActive. Let me save that and go back. We will have to rebuild. Let me wait for that. And perfect, it is coming along here. We might need to work on few things, but let me fix that later with the styling. We will say if prod.isActive. If that is active, then we want to display the properties. We can copy that from bind prop here. Where are the properties? It will be here somewhere. Product properties. Copy that. Well, this is a drop down. We need the actual value. And we did not have a for each loop. Let me write that. We will say for each here, variable product prop in prod.product properties. We will have a p tag here, and we will say prod prop dot key hyphen prod prop dot value. I believe that looks good. Let me see that. And yep, that looks great. Rather than column 5, let me make it column 6 here. Remove the margin, and let me remove the secondary. That should be okay. And yep, that looks good. Remove the border here as well. Perfect. We have two product. That looks good. If I check this here, that is working. And great. Finally, I need to add a delete button here. Let me do that. Type is equal to button. And give it a class of btn danger. Let me give it a style of width 100 pixels. Value will be delete. Save that here. Add that to the next line here. And let me also add a BR after the name here. Save that. And perfect. Show properties is in the next line here. That looks good. Now I want to work on the delete button, but before that we have never worked on the buttons in Blazor. But so far we have never worked with buttons in Blazor. Let me walk you through on how we handle clicks with buttons in Blazor. If you want to see a simple example, you can take a look at counter here, but let me show you something else. You can take a look at counter here, but let me write that from scratch here. That way it will make more sense. Let me go back here. We are in the demo product where we have the class of row. Let me create a div, give it a class of row here, and let me copy the delete button that we have. Make that as a counter, and let me give it success color. Save that. Perfect, we have that button here. Let me add padding top here, and we need to display a value. For that we need a variable here. Let me add an int here for count and set that to be 0. Let me display the counter here. and that will be count. Save that, and perfect. Looks good. Let me cut that before here, and perfect. We have the counter here. What I want to do is when I click on counter here, this should increment. Let me call it count here, and I want to increment that by 1. If you remember, we had onClick event in typical input. Similarly, in Blazor we have that, but this time we will use the @onClick, and there we will have the function name. I will call that increment count here, and we need to create that. Now where will this method be created? That will be in the @code block here. Let me minimize the onInitialize. It will be private. Use the same name. Let me copy that. Increment count. Perfect. What we want to do is on the count here, we want to do plus plus. It will be a void. We do not have a return type here. And that's it. Adding a method in Blazor is as simple as that, and we can trigger that using onClick. Now the real magic of Blazor is if I go back here and click that, it works. If you had to do the same thing in MVC or C#, then you would probably need some JavaScript code to make it dynamically render on the UI, but this is the power of Blazor. So you can see how much interactivity we get with Blazor. Now the counter is increased automatically and the UI is also automatically re-rendered. So with that you can see how easy it is to add on-click events on button and dynamically change the UI by adding a method inside the code block here, modifying the parameter that is being displayed. Now many times it is possible where you have the methods here like increment count, you want to invoke or pass some parameter. You cannot pass a parameter like this here. In order to pass that, you will have to convert this to a lambda expression and then you can pass parameter. If you pass it like that here, then increment count, we can have a counter here. You can see the error goes away, and count we will say plus equal to a counter. So if you have to pass parameter, you can do that using lambda expression. Let me save that and go back here. And now if I refresh here, it will increment by 5 every time, and that looks good. So with that you have seen how we can pass parameter to the method calls here, and based on that we can increment on whatever parameter we pass to the method. Now it's time for an assignment. I want you guys to implement the delete button here, and when we click delete button, from the product list, it should delete the product, and that way the UI should automatically re-render and only display one product. I want you guys to think about how you can accomplish that, and I have walked you through the basic fundamentals using the counter button. So good luck with that assignment, and I will show you how to do that in the next video. I hope you were able to implement that button. If not, let's do that together. We need to add an on-click here. Let me copy this one, paste that on the delete here, and we will call that remove product. We need to pass the product ID here, that is inside prod.id, and we need to accept that. Let me create that method. It will be private void remove product, and we will get product ID here. Perfect. In order to remove that, we first need to fetch that product. Prod is equal to product list dot first dot default, where u goes to u.id is equal to the product ID. We retrieve that product here, and then from the product list we will remove that, pass the prod here. Perfect. If you want, you can check here if product is not null. Only then do that. And Perfect. That looks good. Believe I forgot the closing bracket here. Great. Let me save that, go back here, and let me try. Perfect, that works. I removed both the product. If I refresh, that comes back because we are not storing that in the database. So when we refresh it, it will call the onInitialized again and populate our product list. With that, we have implemented a temporary remove product, and that looks good. Our application is working as expected right now. But the component that we added here was a separate component, and that has its own navigation route. What if we want to consume a component inside a component? That way we can create reusable components. Like the delete button here, what if I want to move that to its own component? Let me stop the application here and let me pin this inside the pages folder where we have learned Blazor. Let me create one more folder for reusable components. In the Learn Blazor here, let me add that. I will call that Learn Blazor Components. In that folder, I will create a razor component. Now the component that I want to create is delete button. We can call that delete button component. But on top of that, I know that this will not be a component that will take up the whole page. It will be like a partial view that will be consumed inside some other component. For that, I will add underscore before the name. That is not a requirement, but it is more like a convention that typically team follows. If it is a component that will be consumed in some other component, then we add underscore. That way it is easier to read that component and tell that, hey, this will be a partial component or it will be consumed in some other component. Let me add that, and then let me open the bind prop here. Not the bind prop, let me remove that. I have that in demo product. I have the delete button right here. We have a method that is being invoked here. Where is that remove product? Let me delete that. I do not want that right now. So we will remove the on click here, and perfect. I believe that looks good. Let me pin this, and great. Now the input here, we want to move that to our component. Let me cut that input, and I will add that here. Let me paste that, and perfect. Now how can we consume this particular component that we added inside our demo product? For that, it is pretty simple. We will start typing that, and you can see it displays the delete button component inside the add directive. Let me paste that here, and that way we are basically injecting this component in this place. That way, if we have to reuse the delete button in some other page, all we need to do is add this component, and whatever code is inside there will automatically be injected. But rather than having this ugly code here, let me cut that, and I will add that in underscore imports.razor. I will add a using statement, and let me paste that. Now once you add that, if you run the application, you will see an error message. Now this is an edge case that has been encountered, and it is basically because if you recall here in the initial videos, we had a using statement here for learn Blazor dot components. If you look at our solution, our project name here is basically matching with the folder name, and that is causing all the issues. So to solve that, all we have to do is we need to rename our folder here. Let me add an underscore, and with that I will have to update it here, and perfect. Now if you run the project, everything will work as expected. I have already reported this issue to .NET Core team, so maybe in future when you are taking the course, you might see a fix for that. But if they do not think that this is critical, All you have to do is make sure that you do not use the same folder name. That way the namespace gets confusing. But with that, let's go back to our demo product and we have our delete component. But this time the delete button here is a shared component and that looks great. That means if you go to counter here and you want that, all we have to do is let me open that here and we need the underscore delete button component, save that, and if you refresh here, perfect. That way you can see the power of component and you can easily apply them throughout your application and make your components more usable. Let me delete everything else here and perfect. We have our delete component and that looks good. Components are great when it comes to Blazor, but typically you will not have a boring component where you do not need any values. What I mean by that is many times when you are deleting a product or anything, you might need to pass an ID there. How will you do that, or how will you pass any values or properties to your child component? Before we pass anything to our child component, we have to make our child component capable enough to accept any incoming values. In the add code block here, we will have to create a property for that. And right now, let me create a property for product ID and we will have the getter and setter. Now the IntelliSense that you see here, you might see them, you might not. I have GitHub Copilot. Because of that, I have Smart Suggestion. But even if you do not have that, do not worry. I will be typing almost everything in the course. Now here we have a property product ID and once we have that, we can pass value from our parent component. So right here, now we can pass a product ID. But if you try to search for that, it is not available right here. And the reason behind that is when you are expecting a value from a parent component, you have to write the parameter attribute before that property. That way the component will know that this particular property, I will receive that from the parent component. With that, within the tag here, now you can see we can access product ID. That product ID is inside. We have prod.id. Let me pass that. Now once I pass that here, we can access the product ID and where we have the value, let me also display product ID. Now I know it is not that much meaningful right now, but that way we can see we are passing some properties. If there are more than one properties, let me copy and paste this here. Let me also add product name here, save that. And we will pass product name is equal to add prod dot name. Save that. We have an error here. Let me see. It should not be an integer. That will be a string here. And then let me add a BR here. And I will display the product name. With that configured, let me restart the application and see if that works. We will go to demo product and perfect. I can see the product ID and also name of the product. Now if I do not want name, let me remove that here. And I will go back, remove the product name, save that. And let's go back here. That looks good. With that, we know how to pass properties to our component. Now even though we have used a basic integer, it can be a complex object as well, like the product model itself if you want. But I wanted to show you how quickly and easily you can add properties and pass that to reusable components. We have learned how to create shared components. Now I want you guys to practice something with shared and reusable components in Blazor. Right now you can see we have two products that are being displayed. If I go back to the application and let me remove this component, we are not using that anymore. Let me remove increment count as well. Perfect. Now what I want to do is in the for each loop where we are displaying all of the product here, I want you guys to move all of this code that I have selected in a new shared component and call that as individual product. Now because of naming convention, make sure to add an underscore there because it will be a reusable component. And before you move on to the assignment, there is one more thing that I want to tell you guys is when you have a shared or a reusable component, you will not have the add page directive. Because when you have the add page directive like in demo product here, that basically means that you have to navigate to that path to see that component data. But in the delete button component right here, we do not have add page directive because there will not be a dedicated URL for this component. The delete button component will be consumed in some other component that has the add page directive. So always remember that reusable component will most likely not have the add page directive. But now back to your assignment, I want you guys to move the selected or the highlighted code here into a new component that will be underscore individual product. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. Before we do anything, we need to move the highlighted section here into a new child component. Let me cut everything that we have here, and in the Learn Blazor component, we will create a new razor component. I will call that individual product. Let me add that, and in the H3, remove that. I will paste the div that we copied, and then we need this particular product. We will have to create that property here. Public, it will be a product model. Let me give it the same name here. And we will have the getter and setter. Next, what we can do is rather than prod here, I will replace that with product. Let me modify all of that here. And perfect. That looks good for our component. We need to consume that component here, underscore individual product, and we will have to pass product. But we do not see that here. Reason is simple. We do not have the attribute here, that is the parameter. Once you add that, and if we go back here, now we have the product, and we can pass the prod, save that. And when you are working with Blazor component, always make sure to add the ending tag here and do not make it a self-closing tag. With that, let me run the application and the UI will look the same, but let me make sure there are no exceptions. And perfect, that looks good. We do not have any console errors, so everything is working as expected. Now in the individual product here, I want to add one more checkbox, and that will be favorites. So let me go back here where we have individual product. Right here after the product ID, let me add an input, give that a type of checkbox, and I will call that add to favorites. Let me also add BR for new line here and save that. Great. Now if I go back here, what I want to do is whatever favorites I have selected here, I want to display a count after the demo product. Like if both of them are favorite, we will display total favorite count will be 2. If I remove that, it will be 1, and so on. We need a counter that is toggled when we add something to our favorite. It might seem straightforward on what we want to do, but the complex thing here is now the demo product where we want to display that count is not in the same component as individual product. If I go back here, the demo product is a parent component and there we want to display the value. When we have to display that here, let me create a property to hold that. It will be integer. I will call that favorite count, getter and setter, and by default it will be 0. where we have demo product here. Let me add a paragraph tag here, and we will say favorite count is equal to @ we have the favorite count. Great. Now if I save that and go back here, we have the count as 0. But when we toggle this, we want the counter to be updated. So for that, what we will have to do is we need to create a method that will increment and decrement our count here, but that method will be invoked from the child component. Let me create a method here. It will be protected void favorite count change, and there in the boolean we will get whether that is selected or not. Like if I go back here, you can see we will get whether the checkbox is selected or not. If it is selected, we will increment the count. If it is not selected, then we will decrement the count. GitHub Copilot is automatically telling me some suggestion, and that looks good. If it is selected, then we want to increment our favorite count, else we want to decrement that. But the main question here is how will we invoke this particular function from our child component right here. Now we have the main question. We need to work on something that we have not worked so far. Whenever we toggle the checkbox in the child component, we need to invoke a method in the parent component, and that way the favorite count here will be toggled. Basically, when we click on add to favorite, we need to invoke the parent component. Let me go back here. Where we have the demo product, we need to invoke this endpoint. We will have to add an onChange event to add to favorites. Let me call that as favorite updated. That will be the method name. We will have to create this method in our local child component. It will be private async task favorite updated, and there I want you guys to think about on what will be the parameter. Let me stop the application here. In the onChange here, I forgot the @ sign, but once you add that, you can see right here there will be something called as change event args. That will be the arguments that we will receive with our method. So here what we will receive is change event args, and let me call that as E, or you can call that args for the arguments. Now we need to get the value of what is the current checkbox status. Is that selected or is that unchecked? Let me add a debugging point here and examine the arguments. That way we will have a better understanding. Let me go to demo product, select add to favorite, and if you examine the arguments, we have value that displays whether it is selected or not. So we can use this value, and then we can call our parent method, that is favorite count change. But now we are back to our main question. How can I call this favorite count change from the child component? I cannot directly invoke it here and pass the argument start value. If I do that, you can see favorite count change does not exist in current context. In order to solve that, similar to how we are passing properties here, we can pass methods as well. In the individual product, let me pass one more function that will be onFavoriteUpdated. On that, we will basically pass our method favoriteCountChange like that. But now we need to create this in the child component so it can expect that function. We will have to add parameter attribute there, and then what will be the property? That will be event callback for function. So it will be public event callback on boolean, and we will have our method name. Boolean here is what will be expected in the parameter. You can see that. So that way on favorite updated, if we go back here, the name here must match, and you can see now it is detected. In the event callback, you can think of that we are getting reference to function of the parent component. So now we can call this onFavoriteUpdate, and that will work exactly like you are invoking this particular endpoint. Here we can say await onFavoriteUpdated, and then in order to invoke that, we have a method invokeAsync. With invokeAsync, we need to pass the value. That value is inside args.value. I will convert that to Boolean. To remove the warning here, we can say if that is null, return back false. With that configured here, let me save everything and run the application to see if that works. We go to demo product here, and when we click on add to favorite, perfect. If I add that, great. You can see the values are being toggled, and that works exactly like we expected. Event callback is very critical when you work with Blazor. It is basically used when you want to invoke a function that is inside the parent component, but you want to invoke that from the child component. But with that, you have to be careful about one thing. You do not want to nest yourself in a loop where you have 6 levels of hierarchy, because with each level of hierarchy, you will have to pass that to the child components. So you need to be careful when you are passing that. You do not want a very long hierarchy where you have to pass a function from parent component to child component to grandchild component and even further down. But before I end the video, let me quickly recap on what we did, and if this does not make sense, try to pause the video and analyze on what is going on before you move forward. In our child component, we have a function onChange, and that is calling the function of parent component using invokeAsync. To do that from parent component, we will pass that as a property here. In the child component, we will have an event callback for that function, and then we can invoke that function. Now I want you guys to practice some more assignment with event callback. What I want to do is the div that we have here, individual product, whichever product we select here, I want you to add a property after favorite count like selected product and display which product is selected. Basically, when you click on this div here, if you click anywhere, it will make sure that product 1 is selected. If you click anywhere within this div, that means that product 2 is selected. I want you guys to display name of the product on the selected property. I will give you one hint. Right now, when we were working with the add to favorites, if I go back to the code here, where we have the change event args, that is because we were toggling the onChange. But now we will be working with the div here, and right there we will have onClick. Because of onClick, we will not have the change event args, we will have something else, and that you need to find out. When we were using the onChange, we found out the argument by hovering on the onChange. Similarly, when you are using onClick, try to find out on what will happen. One more thing that will be different in this assignment is you will have to pass name of the product because we need to display that name. So try to see if you can find out in onClick how you can pass name of the product along with the arguments. I want you guys to Google and try to find out. That way you will get more experience on programming some things yourself. But if you are not able to find that, I will walk you through that in the next video. I hope you were able to complete the assignment. Let me show you if you face any issue. In the individual component here, well, we will be working on demo product. There we need to add a new property. That will be public. I will call that selected product. By default, it will be empty. I need to display that after the favorite here. Let me copy and paste that. And I will say selected product. Display that here. Perfect. That looks good. It will be empty by default and perfect. Next thing, I need to create a method here to toggle that. We will call that protected void update selected product. In the parameter, we will receive the product name, and all we have to do is update our selected product. It will be protected and perfect. That looks good. We need to pass this particular function here as a parameter. Let me do that here, and I will pass the function. We need to create this event callback. Let me copy that here, and we will have to add a parameter. It will be public event callback. The type here will be string because we need the product name. Let me paste on selected product change and get and set. That looks good. Let me go back to the product demo, and perfect. That is detected here. So that looks good. Final change that we have to do is right here. We need to create that on-click event. I will write on-click here, and there let me hover to see what arguments we get. We get mouse event args. Let me create that method here. I will copy favorite updated. That name here, let me call that selected, product updated. And what we need to invoke is the onSelected product change. Whoops, perfect. And here we will have mouse event args. But along with mouse event args, we need to get name of the product. So let me call that product name here. And how will we receive that? In the method, when we invoke that, all we have to do is pass the product name, and that should be good. But the question is, how will we get this product name where we have the on-click? Let me copy the method name here, selected product update, and if I add that here, I cannot pass that here like product.name. This will not work. If you notice here, we have an error, and that does not work. When you need to do that, we need to call that here. So we will use the arrow function here. The default parameter is the arguments, that is mouse event args. And then when we are calling, we will first have to pass the arguments and then product.name. With that, we are able to pass some of the parameters along with the default arguments. So let me scroll down here. It will call our endpoint, and I believe that looks good. Let me save all of that, go back and refresh here, and let me try clicking the div. Perfect. You can see when I click on the div anywhere, the selected product is updated. We want to work on a new concept of render fragment. For that, I will create a new component here, and let me go back to the code, stop the application. Before I add that new component, let me open our nav menu on the left hand side here, and let me copy the demo product, add that one more time. I will give it a route of parent component here, and let me call that parent-child relation. Perfect. Let me save that here, and let me create a new component. Inside the Learn Blazor folder, let me create a new component, and I will call that parent component. When we add a new component, we need to think about whether this will be a routable component. The component that we added, we did add a route in the nav menu. Let me copy that, and we will have to take the forward slash here. We will add the route at the @page directive, and we will add the route there. Perfect. Looks good. Next, what I want is a child component, but that will not be a routable component. So we will add that in the components of Learn Blazor here, add a new razor component, and because it will not be a routable component, let me add underscore before the name. We will create our child component, and perfect. Now we have a parent component and we have a child component that will be used or consumed inside the parent component. In the previous videos, we already saw how to move things to a component and reuse them from other components. This will pretty much be the same. In the child component here, let me add an h3 and I will add a div, give it a class of alert info. Within the div, we will display this is a child component, but rather than adding that here, I want that to be dynamic. Let me remove the h3 here, we do not need that. And for the title to be dynamic, we will expect that from the parent component as a parameter, and it will be public string. Let me call that as title, getter, and setter. We will display our title in the div here, and that looks good for the child component. Let me remove the h3 here. I do not think we will need that. And perfect. Let me wrap this in another div here. And perfect. That way we have a main div, and inside there we have everything else. Let me close the child component and let me open that again. Perfect. We do not have any errors there. And we want to work on the parent component. In the parent component after the h3, we want to add our child component. Let me add that. Now when we do that, you can see it is not detecting the child component here. Let me close the parent component, open that again, and there you go. Sometimes when you are working, it will not detect the code. Try to close that file and open again, and it will detect the component. But here we will have to pass the title. So title, let me pass this. Title is passed as a parameter from parent component. Let me save and run the application. Perfect. If I go to parent child here, we have this title is passed as a parameter from parent component, and that looks good. I have a spelling mistake here. Let me fix that. And perfect. We have a basic parent-child component where a component is being consumed inside a parent component. We have a parent-child component here, but let me go back to the application and we have the tag for child component. Let me add some text here between the tags. And what if we want to retrieve this particular text here and use that or consume that in the child component? For that, we will be using render fragment. In the child component, when we receive something from the parent here, we have the parameter attribute, we will write that, but then the type here, it will not be a string or an integer, that type will be render fragment. I will call that child content here, and we will have the getter and setter. Let me display the child content here where we have the title. After that div, let me add another div, give it some classes here, and let me add the closing div. I forgot that. Perfect. Now rather than alert and alert warning, let me do alert success here, where we have the child content. If I save that, and let me go back to the application, perfect. We have some text between the tags from parent component. But now let me go to parent component and let me create one more child component. There I will not add any text. Save that. Perfect. You can see it is empty. If you do not want to display that when it is empty, you can add a condition here in the child component that this alert success will only be displayed. We need the add condition. If child content is not null, only then we will display that. Perfect. That looks good. Let me align that. And if I save that, perfect. The other one went away because there is no render fragment in that. That way you can see how we can extract values between the tags of child component and use them using render fragment. Now in the child component here, After the div here, let me add one more button. We will name that click me here, and basically on click of the button here, we want to invoke a method inside the parent component. Sounds familiar, right? That is exactly what we did using event callback. But this time I want to show you a simpler approach. In the code block here, let me create a string, and I will call that message text here. Keep that as empty, and then let me create a method. Method name will be private void show message, and there we will say this message is from parent component. In the message we will display button inside child component was clicked. Let me save that, and then typically we will be passing this message as a parameter to the child component. But this time, rather than using any name as the parameter here, I will be using a name that we will create for the onClick event. In the child component, let me call that function as onButtonClick here. Copy that. We need to accept that as a parameter. Let me do that. That will be event callback onButtonClick. Name it exactly the same. Now because we are naming it the same here, when we pass that as a parameter here, onButtonClick is equal to show message, and let me display that message here in a paragraph tag, show message. It will not be show message, it will be message text, and then let me run the application. Now this time we are doing things a little bit different, but let me see that. We click on that and it works. In the other one, when we click, it does not work because we did not pass the on button click for the other component. With that, what is different than the event callback that we were using before? We are using event callback again, but we do not have a local method in child component to bind both of them. Let me show that. For that, let me open the other one that we have, individual product. You can see we were binding the favorite update or the product selected by calling invoke async. But this we only needed that because when we were calling the method here, we were passing some arguments and that value we were using in the method. If the methods are simplistic like here, we do not need anything from the child component, then we can directly invoke that by binding the event callback here using the exact same name. So the method name here matches with the parameter name, and that is where we are passing the function from the parent component. With this approach, you can use event callback for calling function inside parent component. Only if you do not have any parameters, then you can skip creating the binding method inside the child component. When we were using render fragment in the child component, you can see we gave it a name of child content. If you tried some other name here, like child some content, copy and paste that here, you will notice things will not work. Let me run the application. We go to parent child here, reload that, and perfect. You can see it does not have a matching property child content. The reason behind that is because you are using the default render fragment here. That name is child content, so we have to use that. But if you want to use some other name, then you will have to enclose that in a tag. As an example, let me actually undo the change that we did here, child some content, and because the render fragment name is child some content, we can copy that and we will have to enclose that in a tag. We will have a tag of that exact name of our render fragment, and with that if I run the application, now it will work. Let me go there, and perfect, that is working. Similarly, if you have more than one content, you can create more render fragment. Like, let me copy this, and let me add a default one, give that a name of child content, and we can pass that here. We can say child content, and let me add the closing tag. Perfect. Now let me also display that here with the child content. Let me add a BR here, and I will also display child content. Save that, and let me go back to the application. Perfect. We are displaying both of them. The if condition that I have here is in child sum content. If you want, you can move that to a separate one here for child content, and we will only display child content. Perfect. So we have two separate if condition. If you go back, great. Now they are separated out. With that, you can see because we had a paragraph tag for the other component here, you can see in the child content we have a paragraph that is also being rendered. If you add a BR here, add a P tag, some other text, and let me give that a bootstrap class of text primary, you will see everything will be reflected in the UI. So it carries over all the styling and other requirements that are there inside the render fragment. Let me stop the application, and inside our components here, let me create one more component. I will call that grandchild component. I will add an underscore. It will not be a routable component. Let me add that. Now let's say we want to pass a message from parent component all the way down to the grandchild component. For that, we will write parameter here because we will be expecting that. And let me create public string message for grandchild. Let me add the getter and setter there. And perfect. In the h3, let me add a div here with the class of row grandchild component, and there is a message for grandchild. That looks good. This particular grandchild component will be consumed inside the child component. Where we have the button here, let me add underscore grandchild component, and there we are passing a message. That in place, let me move that to the next line. Let me run the application and see if that works. Right now it is only doing from one hierarchy, but we will have to move that. Perfect, this looks good. But now rather than passing that message from the child component, what if parent component was passing that message? Let me remove this one here for the child component. We will keep our one child component. Let me go back to the child component and let me cut this particular message. We will add that to our parent component right here. Perfect. Child component needs to expect this parameter. Let me copy and create that as a parameter. It will be public string message for grandchild getter and setter. Where we have this here, we will be passing message for grandchild. Let me paste that is equal to, and we have that in our local variable. Perfect. With that configured, let me go back here, and where we have the message, it is passed from parent component to grandchild. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go here, and perfect. This message is passed from parent component to grandchild. But you can see what is the inconvenience here. From the parent component we have the message, and child component is not even using that message. The only reason it had to add it as a parameter is to pass it down to the grandchild component. Now what if you had a grandchild component that was consumed inside the grandchild component? Then similarly you will have a repetitive code here where you will receive that parameter and you will pass it down to the grandchild component. That way you have code sitting in multiple components where it is not being used, but it has to be fetched to pass down to some other child components. Let me show you in the next video on how we can avoid this. We are passing message from parent to grandchild component, but for that in the child component we have this variable that is not being used in the child component, but it is only used to pass the value down to grandchild component. Basically, we want to pass some value to our parent to grandchild component and do not have burden of parameters in the child component. We have the message for grandchild here. Let me copy that and create a local variable. It can be private string. Let me paste that here. And the message itself. Perfect, that looks good. We need the semicolon. Now this is the variable. We do not want to pass it as a parameter. We have other way of passing things when we are passing it down to multiple level. And for that we have something called as cascading value. Let me add that tag here and we will close that, and I will close that after the child component. Now even when you do that, you can see there are squiggly lines on the screen because cascading value requires a parameter of value. That value will be the message that we want to pass. Let me add that. With that, we have added this particular value to be passed as cascading to the multiple hierarchies that we will have. Because of that, in the child component, now we no longer need to pass that down to the grandchild component. It will automatically cascade down to the grandchild component. With that, if I go to the grandchild component, we cannot use parameter anymore, because parameter will be used if the parent component is passing that value. If we take a look at the child component, when it is calling the grandchild component, it is not passing that value. But we are passing that as cascading value from the parent component. So the attribute here will be cascading parameter. Another thing that you have to be careful here is type is string, where you have the parent component. The value that you are passing must be the same type. If that does not match, then things will not be aligned. With that in place, we do not have to do anything else. Let me run the application and see if that works. We will go to parent child, and perfect. That message passes along and that looks great. Now let's say in future you have a requirement where your child component also needs to access that value. You can use that with the same cascading value like this in the child component, and you can retrieve that. And one thing that you should always remember is with cascading parameters, the name here is irrelevant. Like here you can see we are using the same name. Let me try to change that to be temp here. I will update that and let me save that. Let me rebuild and apply the change here and take a look at the result. Now the name inside the cascading grandchild here parameter is different than what is there in the parent, but you can see the values are still passed along. The reason behind that is it does not bind it by the name, it rather binds that by the type. So in the parent we have a string value here. It will look at what is the string value that is there. Based on that, it will bind the string value that it has here to the cascading parameter right here. We have seen how to pass cascading value. Let me make a change here. In the parent component where we have cascading value, let's say we want to have one more value. I will make that an integer. And let me add lucky number 7. If we want to pass more than one cascading value here, we have to create another cascading value tag here. Let me do that. The value will be lucky number, and let me add the closing tag. Perfect. Let me align that, Ctrl A, Ctrl K, D, and that did not work. Let me do a manual alignment here. And perfect. Now we are passing two values as cascading parameter. We will go to our grandchild component and let me retrieve the other value here. That will be lucky number for grandchild, and let me display that. I will call that lucky number. With that, if you save the application and if you go back here, well, we do not see the lucky number. Something is not right. It is string here. That will be integer. In the parent component, we have that as int. And if I go back here, I believe I will have to restart the application. Let me do that. And if I go to parent child, and perfect, we can see both the values are passed as cascading value. If you want to pass more than one value as cascading value, you can enclose or wrap our component in multiple cascading value. But let me change one thing. Let me modify this to be string here. I will go back. Here we will have to update that to be string. And what do you think will happen because of this change? Let me rebuild and see the change. Of course, we have an error. We forgot it here. It is a string. And now if I run the application, you will think that it might not work because I already said that you cannot have the same type. Well, it will work, but you will notice that both of them has the number 7. The reason behind that is it gets overwritten. We have the message that we are passing first, and then we have the lucky number. Because the type is same, it overrides the string type with the latest value that it gets. If you do not want that to happen, along with value, you will have to give this a unique name. Like this one, we can say it is a message, and for the other one, we can give it a name of lucky number. Once you assign name to the particular cascading value in the grandchild component with the attribute, we can define the name. We have the message here, and then here we have lucky number. Let me fix that here. If you save everything and go back, now it will work as expected. Let me refresh, and I believe I will have to restart because you are assigning name to the cascading value. You will have to restart. And perfect, it is working as expected. With that, you have seen two things in this video: how to pass multiple parameters as cascading value, and how can you assign name to the cascading value. That way you can pass multiple parameters of the same type in cascading value. Now let me explore routing with Blazor. We know the basic routing that we have been using so far, but let me show you some more concepts there. Let me close everything. And inside the pages here, well, in Learn Blazor, let me create a new Razor component. I will call that Learn Routing. We need to give that a routable path here using the add-page directive, and I can call that Learn Routing. With that, if we go back to our main nav menu, let me copy one of the tag here, paste that again, and we do not have Learn Blazor anymore. All we have is Learn Routing. Let me modify this here to be routing and save that. If I run the application, now it will be able to redirect me to the Learn Routing. Let me go back here, and that works. You can also notice one thing. I have everything lowercase here, and where we have the route, I had a capital R. That means that the route that we add here is not case sensitive. Next, you can also add multiple route to the same component. Like here, let's say you want Learn Blazor, and then you want Learn Routing. Let me copy that here, save that. I believe I will have to restart. Yep. Let me restart the application and test that. So if I paste Learn Blazor, Learn Routing, it redirects me here. If I click on Routing, it again redirects me to the same page. That way we can have multiple routes for the same component. If I go back to the route, and there if I try to pass some parameter after Learn Routing, that will not work. Because it will take a look at all the registered routes here, and it will notice that it only has Learn Routing. That route does not expect any parameter, so if you pass that, it will be like, uh-oh, that route does not exist, and it will display page not found. So how can we pass some parameters to our route? Many times when you are working with an application, you might have to pass parameters in the route. So how do you pass them and how do you capture them? Let me show you in the next video. Now if we want to pass some parameter here, we need to configure our component to accept that parameter. For that we will be using the same attribute that we were using when we were passing some value to the child component, that is parameter. We will have to give parameter some name here. Let me call that param1. Let me save that. It is not being detected as an attribute. Let me close everything and open our learned routing. Perfect, that works. So we have param1 that is configured here. Then where we have the learned routing, we can say along with that, it will expect one more value here, and that could be param1. That way we have 3 routes that are configured for this same component. We can default this to be empty here, and right here in the paragraph we can say param1. Let me display that and run the application. Go to routing here, param1 is empty. Let me try to pass some value here, and great. You can see it is automatically able to bind that, and it is also able to bind this parameter route to our component. Now if I pass only numbers here, that also works. It will automatically convert that and it displays that. Now that we know how to pass parameter, what if we want to pass more than one parameter? You can do that as well. Let me create a new parameter here, call that param2, and let me display that here. We can accept one more param here, param2. Let me save that. I believe I will have to restart the application. Let me try that. Let me see that. If I go back to the application, now because I only had one parameter here, you can see the route was not found. But if we have two, I will have to restart here. Let me do that. With routing, if you give only one parameter, it will not work. Let me show that. Perfect. But now if you give two parameters, that works. You can see it is automatically binding that here, but it displays only param1. Yep, we forgot that. It will be param2. If I save that, I believe hot reload will work. Yep, that looks good. But if you have a component that might have one or it might have two parameters, then you can add a different route here. That way it can expect both one parameter as well as two parameters. Let me restart the application and test that. We will go to routing here. Let me test with one parameter, and if I add other parameter, perfect. That way our route is responsive and it works with both one parameter, two parameters, as well as if you do not provide any parameters, that works. When it comes to route here, what if you want to add some constraint? Like the param1 here has to be an integer. How can you enforce that? Let me remove this assignment here and let me see what happens when we run the application. Forgot the semicolon. Let me try that. You will notice that if I pass integer here, it will display an error message. Let me show that. I will pass integer for parameter 1 and parameter 2 is a string. If I press enter, great. You can see unable to cast from string to integer. And that is because in the route here we have not defined that param1 will be an integer. We will have to explicit with that, and we can do that after parameter, add a colon, and then the type. With that configured, if I run the application again, now it will work. If you will navigate to routing, and then let me add an integer followed by a string value, press enter. Perfect, that is working. Now if you do not enter a number for parameter 1 and press enter, it will say route not found, and that is exactly what we want. That way we are restricting our route by adding constraints. With routing, there are multiple types that are available like Boolean, datetime, decimal, double, grid, integer, long, and much more. That way you can be specific on the type of constraint that you want to add to your routes. Finally, what I want to show you is, let's say you don't care about all the parameters that are being passed here. You want to capture all of them. That could also be done. Let's say we have a new path here for that. After learn routing, we have catch all, and then we have parameters. Let me create a parameter for that, and that will be string. So it will be string, and we will say page parameters. Set that to be empty by default, and page parameters we will add here. So asterisk page parameters. When you add an asterisk here, that means all the parameters that you have will be assigned to page parameters. Let me display that here. Page parameters. Let me copy the route here. Whoops. Right here. And let me paste that. And I will add multiple parameters. If I press enter here, perfect. You can see all the parameters are being captured here, and then you can of course decipher that or do whatever you want with them. But this way you will be able to capture all the parameters. But the other routes are also functional. Let me show that. And perfect. If I go to routing, that looks good. Now in our application, if I go back where we have the nav menu here, you can notice by default there was a tag here with the name of nav link here. But when we are adding things, we are using the traditional anchor tag. Nav link is exactly similar to anchor tag, but it adds one more functionality on top of the default functionality with anchor tag. What I mean by that is, if you notice, we have home, counter, and weather with nav link. And when a nav link is clicked, it checks if the URL matches the current route, and then it uses CSS to basically mark that as active and give some notification. Let me show that. Right here on the Blazor, you can see when home is selected, you can see in the tab that was selected. But if you click on anywhere where we added anchor tags here, you can see it does not remember in the nav bar. Even if you click on the weather or counter, that particular rectangle block stays there. That is because of nav link. So everything else stays the same. It is only that nav link will match what we have in the URL to the path here, and it will add a highlighter. We can switch everything to be nav link here. Let me do that here. We do not have to change anything else. Everything stays the same. And now on the other components as well, it remembers which page we are on, and it is adding that CSS block on that element. Let me show you something else with nav link. When we are using nav link, it will basically determine the route here with what we have in the href. But if we go to learn routing, we have the other route here. So if someone will use that route here, let me add that, then you will notice the active that you have on the routing will disappear because it does not match with the route that is there in the nav link. But when it is doing the route match here, we have two options that we can configure. In the match, we can say nav link match dot, and you can either use all or prefix. All will basically imply that whatever route we have in the href, it will exactly match with the URL. Let me restart the application and show that. If I go to routing here, let me take a look at all the routes that we have. We have the learn Blazor and routing. If we use that here, you will notice it will not work. We press that and it does not work because it must exactly match what we have, that is learn routing. But if rather than that, if I update that to be prefix now, and if I save that and restart the application, that means that route must prefix with learn routing. If there is anything after that, it does not matter. It will still highlight the nav link. So if I press that again, it will not work because it is not prefixing with learn routing. Let me show that. And you can see that does not work. But in the route here, if I add one more route here, where we will have learn routing before, and after that, if I add learn Blazor, then it will work. I believe I will have to restart the application. Yep, let me restart here. And perfect. Now let me try to update that to be learn routing, learn Blazor, and you can see it is still highlighted. The reason is simple, because as long as it is prefixed with learn routing, then it will highlight the nav link. That should be a good overview of nav link and what you can do rather than using the default anchor tag. When you are routing with Blazor, you can also add route to named elements. Like in the learn routing here, let me add an empty div, give that a height of 1000 pixels, and then let me add an h2, give that an ID of target element. Because of that, let me run the application, and now if I navigate to routing, I will probably have to scroll down to navigate to that title. Perfect, you can see the title here, but what if when we click here, we want it to scroll down to our main title? That is simple. If we go here where we have learn routing, let me copy the ID here. Along with that, we can add a hash, and I will add the target element. If I save that and go back here, and now if I click on routing, you can see it automatically scrolls me down to that title. That way we can navigate to named elements in Blazor. Let me continue with routing. Let me go back to the application, and in the learn razor here, before the div, let me add two buttons. Well, one is an anchor tag and one is a button. In the anchor tag here, we want to redirect to the same page, but this time we want to use query parameters. In the href, we will navigate to learn routing. Parameter 1 will be learn and param 2 will be Blazor. Let me run the application and see what happens. Well, it will not work because we have integer. Let me revert that back here. We do not want any integer. And let me make that string here. And let me run the application again. We will go to routing. And we have the button here. You can see if I hover there, we have the learn routing and two parameters. If I click there, you can see the parameters are updated in the URL, but it does not reflect in the binding for param 1 and param 2. In order to load parameters using query string here, we will have to use something called as navigation manager. Now navigation manager does not exist by default. We will have to inject that. Similar to when we are injecting things in controller, we can inject few things in Blazor component. I want to inject navigation manager here, and let me call that underscore navigation manager. Anything that you want to inject, we will inject that after the routing or page directive. Then let me create one method here. I will call that private void load parameters, and you can see because of my GitHub Copilot, it is automatically detecting me on what I am looking for, and that is actually correct. Now if you do not have Copilot, you will have to type that, but that's okay. Let me explain you what is being done in this method that we added. We have a variable URI where we are creating a new URI based on navigation manager.uri. When we create that, we need to extract query parameters. For that, we are using the query helpers.parseQuery. Now there is also another helper method that you can use if you do not want ASP.NET Core here. That is in the traditional system.web.http utility.parseQuery string. You can use that if you want, or if you want to use the parse method in ASP.NET Core package, that is also fine. But both of them will basically split all the query parameters in this variable. And from there, based on the parameter name, you can retrieve and assign that to the individual variables. With that configured, before we see that in action, we added a button here. Let me add an onClick event here, and I will call load parameters there, and let me save my project. And let me save everything. Auto reload should kick in here. Let me refresh. And now if I click on load parameters, perfect. We have learned Blazor that have been extracted from the query parameters, and that looks great. So you can see how we can extract query parameters, use them on the component, and on top of that you also see how we can inject Navigation Manager. We are able to navigate to query parameters, and right now if I go back, we are using anchor tag. Rather than anchor tag, if you want to use navlink here, that will also work exactly the same as I have mentioned before. But let's say you do not want anchor tag or navlink, you want a button click event, and on click of that event, you want to perform something, and after that at the end, you want to navigate. That could also be done. Let me comment this out here. Let me add a button here where we will have an onClick event. We will create a method navigate to query parameter or query param. Give it a class of btn and btn primary. For the button label, I will say navigate to query parameter, and that looks good. Let me create this endpoint. It will be a private void navigate to query param. And what do we want to do? Let's say right here we will do some calculations or whatever we want, and after that we need to redirect to the learn routing. For that we can use Navigation Manager, and there we have a method navigate to. Where we have to navigate, let me copy that route with the parameter and paste that. That way it will navigate us to this route after all the calculations or whatever we have to do. But with that, if you want to navigate to some other components from Blazor in function, you can use Navigation Manager. Let me restart the application and make sure that works. We will go to routing here. We will click navigate to query parameters, and that works. Before I continue, let me go to routing, and I will update the route, remove the target element, and I can also remove the prefix, or rather I can leave it there, that's okay. Perfect. With that, everything is looking great, and now we know a different way to navigate using navigate to inside Navigation Manager. Now many times what you will want is you might want to refresh the page after you perform some operation. By default, using Navigation Manager, you can do that. In the load parameters, we have Navigation Manager injected, and there we have refresh. But even if you refresh here, the page will not reload. It will try to get response from the server, but if nothing has been updated in the DOM that is present, it will not update anything. But if you want a full page reload, then you have to override that with something else. Before I show that, let me restart the application and prove that this will not work. In the routing here, I will not call the load parameters directly because I am trying to extract few things here and I do not have a try catch or validation. So we will load this here, and then if you click on load parameters, you can see the web page is not refreshing, even though we have Navigation Manager .refresh. But here there is one property that you can override, that is force reload, and if you set that to be true, let me save that. I will navigate to query parameter first, and then if you click on load parameters, now you can see for a second learn Blazor is displayed in the parameters, but then it is refreshed. So that means the complete page is refreshed here, and because of that you lose the parameter as well. So that way, if you ever have to do a force reload and if you have to refresh the complete page, you can use Navigation Manager and there you have refresh with force reload. I will add that in the comment here, but we do not want to add that in our code for now. We have the parameters here and we can add that to our route. But sometimes you might have too many parameters in the query string and you do not want to add them with route like this. There is an alternative as well. Rather than removing, let me comment that out here. And now we have the learn routing path. Let me copy the href that we have here and navigate here, replace it and add two parameters. If I go back to the component, rather than using parameter here, we can add something called a supply parameter from query. With that, we are telling that this parameter will be supplied from the query string. And in here, we can explicitly define a name. We are using the same name here, so we can do that. But if it was something else, then also we can provide a different name. That way it will bind that property name in query string to this particular name that we have given. Let me copy and paste that here. And with that, let me run the application again. If I go to routing here, great. You can see based on the parameter, it is automatically fetching the param 1 and 2 and it is reflecting as expected. So this is a new thing that has been added with .NET 8 where you can supply the parameters from query string and it binds that automatically. Our application is coming around great. But sometimes you will require some JavaScript packages that you will need along with Blazor. Now I know the main purpose of Blazor is to avoid using JavaScript and do everything using C#. But for third-party packages, like if you have Stripe payment, if you want sweet alerts, if you want toaster notification, or something else, you might have to incorporate third-party JavaScript packages. So let me show you how you can easily incorporate JavaScript with Blazor. I will be adding a new nav link here. Let me copy the counter, add that again. For the route, let me call that Blazor.js here. And let me create that component. I will navigate to learn Blazor, add a new Razor component. That will be Blazor.js. Let me add that. It will be a routable component. Let me add the page directive here, Blazor.js, add page and Blazor.js. Let me run the application and make sure that works. We will go to Blazor.js and perfect, that looks good. On this particular component here, let me go back and let me display Blazor.js. Let me add a div here and I will say test confirm box. Confirm box is basically if you are deleting something, you might have a confirm box where it displays are you sure you want to delete that. That is what we want to implement on this button click. I want to store the confirm message here in a string here, so let me do that. I will have confirm message, are you sure you want to delete this record? Or let me just say, are you sure you want to click here? Then let me add a method here, private async task test confirm box here. Perfect. Now in there, what do we want? We want to invoke the JavaScript confirm box. When you want to use JavaScript in the application, we will have to inject that similar to Navigation Manager. We will write @inject after the page directive here. And what we want to inject is IJS runtime. You can see it represents an instance of JavaScript runtime, and that is what we need. Let me call that _JS runtime. In order to call a JavaScript method on that, we will call _JS runtime dot, we have a method invoke async. Now we have invoke async and we have invoke void async. If there is a method that will not return anything, you can use invoke void async but the confirm box will return a boolean value on whether that was successful or not. So we will call invoke async, and after that we have to write the return type that will be boolean. Then in the parameter here, the first one is the identifier. That is the method or function that we want to call in our JavaScript. That is the confirm box here. Let me write that. And the next parameter will be the arguments to that method. We have our variable confirm message. Let me write that. And simple as that. With that, it will invoke confirm in JavaScript and it will pass this confirm message as parameter. Let me add an onClick here. We will say onClick is equal to, and we want to call the test confirm box there. Let me save the application. Go back here. If I click on the test confirm box here, perfect. We have the confirm box. We know the confirm box will return something here. So how about we store that in a variable? We will say private boolean confirm result, and let me have getter and setter. The result that we receive here, we will store that in confirm result. Perfect. And in the HTML here, let me add a div. Within that div, let me also add a class of row here. And within that div, we will have an if condition. If confirm result is true, then we will display confirmation has been made. Else we will display pending confirmation. Let me save that and let me take a look here. I believe everything looks good. Let me restart the application and see if that works. Something is going on here. Let me take a look at that. And of course, we have the async method here. We need the await keyword. Let me save that and run the application. Sometimes when you are working with Blazor, the error might not be that descriptive. Perfect, we have pending confirmation. If I click here and cancel, nothing happens. But if I click OK, confirmation has been made. With that, we have our first JavaScript confirm box, and that is working as expected. We have added a simple confirm box in the project, but now I want to add toaster notification. If I go to the toaster URL here and scroll down, we have a demo. If I open that, we have notifications that I want. You can have success, you can have info, you can have warning, and so on. If I go back to the GitHub URL for toaster, we have the JavaScript and CSS that we will have to add. Let me copy the JavaScript here and we will go back to our project. Now where do you think we will add JavaScript and CSS? We will be adding that in app.razor. Let me add it after the blazor.web here. Script src. Well, we do not want bootstrap. Let me paste what we copied. Perfect, so our toaster.js is added. Let me go back and copy the CSS here. And I will add that here. We will have link rel will be style sheet. And the href, let me paste that. Perfect, that looks good. With that, we have added toaster to our project. Let me build the project and make sure that works. Perfect, that looks good. Now let me go back to the documentation and let me take a look at the example. If we scroll further down here, we have the usage here where we will basically write toaster.warning and then the message, same thing in success and error. We can have more than one parameters here if we want a title. In order to invoke the endpoints here, let me create a JavaScript method. In the project here, now let me go back and where will we add JavaScript? This will be a new JavaScript file that we will create and it will be inside www root folder. We will create a folder with the name of JS And there let me add our script file. We will create a new item that will be a JavaScript file. Perfect. For the name here, let me call that common.js. This JavaScript, we will have to include that in app.razor and make sure to do that before the toaster.js. We will add script here. src will be common.js, and that is inside the JS folder. Let me add that. Perfect. Looks good. Now I know there are some red squiggly lines here, but you can ignore them. I believe everything should be good. Now we want to implement our custom JavaScript. I will call that window.showToaster. We will create a function with the name of showToaster here. Let me say window.toaster is equal to, and there we will expect two parameters. Let me go back to toaster here, and where we have the notification, we can add a title here and then a subtitle. But if you do not want to add a title, you can directly go with only one parameter. If you want a timeout here, you can write that as well, but I think I will go with the basic one. Let me copy the toaster.warning, that is the syntax, and then we can check on type. So if type is equal to success, in that case, let me call toaster.success here. Make sure there is no spelling mistake. Let me copy that here. And what we want to display here, that will be the message. If it is an error here, we will say toaster.error. Let me make sure that is the correct spelling, and we will add the message. So we have created a JavaScript method where we will need two parameters. What is the type of toaster notification we want and what message we want to display. The final thing is to call this particular method from our Blazor.js right here. We need to call the showToaster inside our Blazor.js Razor component. After the div that we have here, let me add two buttons in a div. We have toaster success and we have toaster failure. Let me create two endpoints to handle both of them. First one will be toaster success here, and there what do we want? We want to call our JS runtime. And there we will be using invoke async, and in invoke async, what will be the method? Method name, if I go back here, is showToaster. Let me copy and paste that. Now because we do not have any return type with showToaster, we will not be using invoke async. I will rather use the invoke void async. That way we don't care about the return type. For success here, the type, we will pass success, and next parameter is message. Let me go back here, and I will say success notification. Let me copy that, paste that once again. Next one will be for error, toaster error here. The type here must match what you have in this magic string, so success and error, and we will say error notification. In order to test them, let me invoke them here. And perfect. Let me save and run the application. We will navigate to Blazor.js, and this time when we click on the button, we have an error right here. If you press F12 to examine what the error is, you will notice that it does not display the detailed exception. So by default, detailed errors are turned off here. We will have to add this particular line inside our app settings. Let me do that to examine what is the error. We will navigate here, app settings development, and let me add a comma, add the details error, set that to be true, and run the application again. I will navigate to Blazor.js, and let me press F12. Perfect. This makes more sense. It says toaster is not defined. Now how can toaster be not defined? We already added that to our project. So let me go back here and we will open app.razor. If you scroll down here, we have added toaster.js here, but if you look closely, there is an error. Now you might not have made the spelling mistake, but I did. That is why I am looking at that exception. Once I save that here, let me restart the application. If you go back and press F12 here, there is one more error. But this time, if you notice, the error is not the same. Now the error here is not self-explanatory, and it can be pretty hard to find what is going on. If you go back to Toaster documentation and scroll down, the very first line that it says here, it says jQuery is required. Because we do not have jQuery, that is the reason behind that error message. Let me go to cdn.js for jQuery, copy the script tag, and we will go back to our application. Make sure to add that tag here, and let me restart the application. If I navigate to Blazor.js and hit the buttons, perfect, you can see the Toaster notifications are working as expected. Toaster is working successfully in our project, but every time we need to use Toaster, we will have to use invoke void async, then we need the method show Toaster, and then the parameters. This is a little bit buggy. What I mean by that is rather than something like this, what if we add an extension on JS runtime? That way using JS runtime, we have a new method like Toaster success, and there all we have to pass is, let's say, success message, that is success notification. Now right now if you run that, it will not work because we do not have an extension of Toaster success on JS runtime. But we can create that, and that can be straightforward. Let me show you how to do that. Let me comment this out here, stop the application, and I will do that in a new folder. Let me add that. I will call that as helper. And inside there, I will add a new class file. I will call that IJS runtime extension. Now because it is an extension, it will be a static class. Inside there, the methods will also be static so that we do not have to create object of that. The return type will be async. Let me return task here. We do not have any return type. And the method name, let me copy Toaster success that we want here. Paste that. And what will be the first parameter? Now because it is an extension, the first one will be what we are extending. We are extending the IJS runtime. Let me call that JS runtime here, and we need the message itself. Let me add that. Right here, we will invoke the JS runtime. My copilot is giving me suggestion. Let me accept that, but the method name is invalid. I will remove that here. The method name we have is show toaster. Let me add that. And for the parameters, we do not have message. First is the type here. Because this is for success here, let me write that, and I will copy, paste that for toaster error. It will be error here, and perfect. With that, we have registered extension on IJS runtime. Now if you go back here, I believe this should work now, but before we do that, let me also comment this one out. And I will invoke that await underscore JS runtime dot toaster error. I do not see that in the IntelliSense. And I believe the reason behind that is I will have to add that to the imports here. Right here, we will add using learn Blazor dot helper. And perfect, that is coming up here. Let me select that. And for the message, I will say error notification. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go to Blazor.js and perfect. Toaster is working. But now you can see we have added an extension on JavaScript. That way we can directly call toaster error on JS runtime and it will call the toaster notification. Right now in the application we have toaster and that is working. But for the next assignment, let me copy the row here. And actually before I do that, let me add some style here and give that width of 200 pixels. Let me copy, paste that here. Let's take a look at that. Perfect. Let me also do margin of 2. That looks good. Let me copy this row, paste that one more time. Now rather than toaster here, your assignment is on Sweet Alert. Similar to toaster, we will have to implement, or you guys will have to implement a Sweet Alert success and error notification. Sweet Alert that I want you guys to use is Sweet Alert 2. Let me open that, and we have examples. What I want you guys to do is if you scroll up, we have a success message. If you click that, we have a nice notification. So I want this notification, but when we click on the new button, well, let me go back to the project, save that, and edit code. Something is not valid. Well, of course, the method that we added here do not exist. But for the new buttons that we will add here, I want you guys to implement Sweet Alert Success and Error Notification. Good luck with that assignment, and I do not want you guys to implement this extension in our IJS runtime like we did for Toaster. You can directly call that from the JS runtime rather than adding it to our extension. Before I start on the assignment here, we need to create the function, and even before that, we need to add Sweet Alert to our project. In the installation here, we have the script tag. Let me copy that, and we will go back to our app.razor. I will add that here, and perfect. Sweet Alert has been added to our project. Next, what we need to do, let me close this, we do not need extension. In common.js, we need to create a method to invoke Sweet Alert. Let me go back, and in the usage here, we have sweetalert.fire. But if I go to examples, and right here, we have the implementation. Let me copy that. I will go back here, and we need to create one more function. Let me call that show SWAL for Sweet Alert. That function will also have type and message because we will have similar functionality for error or success notification. The first if condition here will be for success. If type is equal to success, then let me paste what we copied and we have the success. Let me copy and paste that again. If type is equal to error, then let me go back. In the installation, well, in the examples, let me see where we have error. The icon is error. We have the icon here. Let me update that. And I will display task failed. Well, the title will be task failed. Let me do that. And in the text, we will say something is not valid. With that, we have added a function in our common.js. How can we invoke this particular endpoint? Let me stop the application, and for that we will go to blazor.js. We need to add both of these functions. Let me copy that. Well, let me copy this, paste that 2 times, copy the name, paste that here, and we have error. Let me add that. Now we do not have the extension. Let me remove that in both of them. But let me uncomment what we have for JS runtime. It will be invoke void async. What will be the method name? Show Sweet Alert. Let me add that here. First one will be success. Message will be task completed. And for the error, we will say task failed. Now if I go to common.js, I am not using the message here. Let me do that. Perfect. That looks good. With that, I believe everything is looking good here. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go to Blazor.js and perfect. Sweet alert success and sweet alert failure are working as expected. Toaster are working in our Blazor.js component. But let me go back to the parent-child component that we have here, and let me add toaster in this particular component as well. I will go back here and I have toaster success. Let me copy that. I will close everything else here and let me open that component. We have the child component and we have parent component. In the child component here, I want to inject IJS runtime. Let me do that. And let me create that method. At the end here, I will paste toaster success. So now we have a method in our child component, but how can we invoke that method from our parent component? What I mean by that is, let's say right here in the parent component, we have a div, and in there we have a button, show sweet alert. Now let me restart the application, and from our parent component, well, we have an error here. Let me take a look on what I did. I have the _JS runtime here. You can see the casing was different. Because of that, it was causing error. Let me fix that here and run the project. It is case sensitive, so you have to be careful. Now right here, well, not in the Blazor.js, we have the parent child. Where we click on show sweet alert, it will have to invoke the sweet alert method. But the crazy part here is that method is inside the child component. We have worked with other way around, where we had to invoke methods from parent component inside child component, and we did that using event callback. But this is completely different and other way around. This time from parent we want to reference or access one of its child component's method. For that, what we can do is in the parent component, we can reference our child component, like give it some name, and then we can use that reference to access all the methods inside that child component. Now the question is, how do you add reference? For that, in the code block here, we will create a reference variable, and the component name is child component. We will create an object for that. I will call that child comp here, and because of this object that we created of the child component, we can reference that. So we will say @ref is equal to, and we will paste the same name. That way we are binding this particular variable here with the reference of this current child component. After you add that, we have the button here. We will add onClick event here. And there, rather than creating a function at the bottom here, we can use arrow function to directly access our child component. And if you press a dot there, you can notice all the methods in child component, but I do not see the toaster. Let me go back here. And of course, because it is private, we do not see that. Once you make it public, let me edit the code here. And if I press dot again, we have toaster success, and we can invoke that. With that configured, let me save this, and we will have to rebuild, apply the change. Let me go here, well, to the parent child, and now if I click the button, perfect. We have the toaster notification. I can change the name here to be toaster. Save that. And perfect, that looks good. With that, you can see how we can reference a child component and access all the methods inside that child component from a parent component. When we created the Blazor project, we had two built-in components. First one is the counter component here, where we have a button, and when we click on that, it increments the counter. Let's go back to our code. And let me take a look at that in the pages. We have counter. Let me close everything else. We have the add page directive that looks good, and then we have a page title. That sets the title that you see on the top here, so you can use that tag to set title of your page. Then we are displaying the current count variable here, and we have an onClick where we are incrementing that current count. So that is straightforward with what we have learned so far. The next page that we have, if I go back, is the weather page, and there you see a loading, and then it loads some data. Let me go back and open that component. We have the weather component. If you take a look at the code here, we have the add page directive, a page title, and then we have something if forecast is null, we display loading. If we scroll down to the code block, we have a weather forecast model, and there is an array of that model. If I press F12 here, we have that in the same razor component. If you scroll down, we have weather forecast. It is a simple model with 4 properties here, and right here in the onInitialized, after a few delay, it is basically looping and it is adding 5 weather forecast. So whatever those 5 got selected from the summary here are being displayed. If you refresh, every time it will be different, because it is going in a random manner, selecting that and populating our array. But something new that you see here is we have a lifecycle method on initialized async, and there we are initializing our data. Once that data is initialized, we are adding that to forecast object that we have here, and once that has data, this will no longer be null, so it displays that in a table format. That looks good for what is being done in the weather component. We will understand lifecycle methods in the upcoming video, but that gives you a good idea of how we can load some data in a page and check that data. If that is null, we display a loading, else we display a table with all the data. Now moving forward, I do not want to use the default components here. So what I can do is in the layout, nav menu, let me remove both of them. We have the counter and weather. Let me comment them out, or I can remove them. We will no longer be using them. With that, if we go back, we do not see them here, but if you enter that in the route, that will still be accessible. But we have removed the default component from our UI navbar, and that looks good. We want to switch our focus and understand different life cycles that we have when we are working with a Blazor component. In the weather forecast, we already saw one of them, but let me go through the one that is most critical and that is used most of the time. That is onInitialized, and we have an async version of that, which is onInitialized async. It is executed when component is completely loaded. This is the perfect place to load data from services if you are using some API or endpoints, because each control or component in the UI is loaded after this method. So basically this method is executed when the component is ready and when it has received the values from its parent component. Whenever you have to call any service to initialize data or load some data on the page initialization, this is the lifecycle that you should be looking at. When it comes to understanding the lifecycle methods, if you only go through theory, it will not make sense. Let me switch back to the application and let me give you a quick overview. Let me switch back to the code here. In the Learn Blazor, let me add a new razor component, and I will call that Life Cycle Component. Let me add that here, and perfect. I will make it a routable component, and let me give it a route of life cycle. Then let me open our nav menu. Let me copy one of the div here, and I will paste that here. We'll change the route here to be life cycle, and I will call that Blazor life cycle. That looks good. I will also create one more non-routable component in the Learn Blazor components folder. Let me add that, and that will be life cycle child component. Let me create that. We have a parent lifecycle component and a lifecycle child component. Let me rename this to be lifecycle component, and yep, that looks good. Let me run the application and make sure we are able to route to this lifecycle component. We will click here and perfect. That is looking good. Now the lifecycle component, let me copy what we had in the counter component. We did not delete that. It is right here. Let me copy everything, paste that in the lifecycle component, and we will keep route the same. Let me call the page title as lifecycle. One we will call that Blazor lifecycle. Let me make it h3 and give it a class of test success. Perfect, everything else looks good. Let me run the application. We will go to lifecycle and perfect, we have a counter there. This looks good. Let me go back to our code here, and where we have the counter here, let me add a list of string here, call that as event type. This will basically have a log of all the events that have been clicked, and we will display that. In order to display, right here let me have a for each, and we will iterate through variable item in event type. For each of that item, we will display an item, and let me add a horizontal line. Right now we do not have any event, but we will be adding event for our lifecycle methods. Let me go back to our presentation, and the two lifecycle that we are concerned with right now are onInitialized and onInitialized async. So where do we exactly add that? We will add that in the add code block that you see here. We need to override that, so if you say protected, override, and after that you will notice IntelliSense will display all the lifecycle methods. The one that we are concerned with right now are onInitialized and onInitialized async. Let me add the async one here, and with that we will need the async keyword before task here. That looks good. Because it is an async here, you can await and we can say task.delay. Let me say half a second. Then we want to log our events here, so we can say event type, not event arg, dot add, and we can say onInitialized async is called. With that, we are logging our first lifecycle method. Let me copy and paste that again. And if you remember the other one that was available here, let me do this, is onInitialized. Let me remove everything else here. Perfect, we do not need the base here. And there we will log onInitialized is called. Now that we have added two lifecycle methods here, let me copy this particular lifecycle for onInitialized and let me log that in the child component as well. In the child component, I will have to add the event type, and where we are displaying this here, where we have onInitialized, I will call that child. That way we know it is a child component. And here, let me add an HR. In the for each, we will display all the event type. That way we will be able to see the life cycle of child component as well as parent component. Let me invoke that child component here in a div, give it a class of border. Within that div, we will call underscore lifecycle child component. With that, let me restart the application and take a look at the lifecycle methods. When we go to Blazor lifecycle, you notice the onInitialized async took about half a second to load, and let me show that explicitly. If I make that 1500, let me restart. When we go to lifecycle, You can see right now we had the onInitialized child and onInitialized for the parent, but onInitialized async took 1.5 seconds because of the delay that we added right here. You can think of that as when you are calling API, it might take a couple of seconds to load the data. That way you can use the async method to delay the loading of that data. But perfect. You can see child component is called here, and then we have the parent component onInitialized and onInitialized async. Now let me show you one more thing. OnInitialized is called before the onInitialized async, and let me prove that. We have the onInitialized async here. Let me remove all the delay, and I will save that. Go back here, and let me restart to be safe here. You can see we are calling the onInitialized async before onInitialized in the code here. But let's take a look at what happens. When we have the result, now there is no delay, but onInitialized is called before onInitialized async. So that is the flow that we have here, and because of that in the child components, we will not care about asynchronous endpoints. Let me only focus on the regular endpoint, and then in the parent, we will have both regular endpoint as well as asynchronous endpoint. Next lifecycle method that we want to look into is onParameterSet and onParameterSetAsync. They are called each time when a component is first initialized and each time a new or updated parameters are received from a parent in the render tree. Let's take a look at that with an example. Let me go back to the code here and let me bring the delay that we had here. Next, we want to have the two endpoints. Next one is protected, override. IntelliSense will display what we have available. We have the onParameterSet here, and let me do that again. Override here, we have the onParameterSetAsync. Let me add the log and delay again for both of them. In the async one, we will say onParameterAsync is invoked, and for the other one, we have onParameterSet. Let me add async here, and perfect, that looks good. We will have to rebuild and apply the chain. Let me stop that. But before we do that, let me go back to our presentation. And there we have two use cases for this life cycle. First one is when a component is first initialized, and that looks good. But after that, it will also be called each time a new or updated parameters are received from parent in the render tree. We have a parent and child component in our code base with lifecycle. Let me try to pass some parameter. What I mean by that is in the parent component here, we have the current count. Let me pass that here as count value is equal to, and we will pass the current count. Let me accept that as a parameter in the child component here. That will have an attribute of parameter, and it will be public integer count value. We are not even using the count value in any of the HTML here, but because it is being passed as the parameter, you will notice that will update the lifecycle. Before we do that, let me go to lifecycle and let me copy the onParameterSet in the child component. Let me override that and we will say child here. Perfect. Let me run the application and see the onParameterSet in action. Let me go to lifecycle here, and perfect. You can see after the onInitialized async was invoked, after that the onParameterSet was called, and the onParameterSetAsync. But the child component's onParameterSet was executed before, and that is exactly how it is. Child component will get executed first, and then the parent component. But now the main question. We are passing this counter to the child component, so what will happen when we click this button? Let me do that, and you will notice here the onParameterSet on child is invoked. If you click again, you can notice that onParameterSet is being invoked and not anything else. And that too only for the child component, because the parameters that have been updated are parameters of the child component and not the parent component. We have seen that each time a new or updated parameters are received from the parent, then the parameter set is being invoked. With that, we have seen live example of when the onParameter set makes sense. We should use this method when we want to get value of parameters updated from the parent component, and based on those parameters, we want to update some child component and its state. The next method that we have in our lifecycle is onAfterRender and onAfterRenderAsync. The point at which they are called, you can expect that all the elements and component references are already populated. It means that if you have to perform any action, such as attaching an event listener that requires the element of the component to be rendered in DOM, then it is a great place. Another great use for this lifecycle method is for JavaScript library initialization, which requires some of the elements to be present in the working DOM. Now testing them in the application will be a little tricky, but let me walk you through one example. Let me go back to the application, and in the lifecycle.razor, let me add protected, override. We have the onAfterRender and onAfterRenderAsync. Now for these methods, you can see in the parameter there is a Boolean flag first render. I will walk you through that in a second as well, but right now let me add the onAfterRenderAsync as well, and let me add the log here for event type dot add. We will be adding onAfterRender is called. Let me remove the delay that we have in all of them here. We do not need that. We have already seen how that works. Perfect. Looks good. Let me stop the debugging. We will have to restart anyways. And perfect. Let me add debugging point in both the place here and run the application. Perfect. Let me go to lifecycle and perfect. If you go back and take a look at the UI, you will see everything else is already rendered by the time it hits our breakpoint. If you press F10 here, you will notice in event type here, it will add the onAfterRender. That looks good. Let me press F5. It hits the asynchronous endpoint. And there, if you examine the event type, let me do that. Now we have the onAfterRenderAsync. But if we continue here and go back to the UI, you will notice that we do not see that on the UI. The reason is simple. These methods or these endpoints are invoked after the UI elements are rendered. Because of that, the event type was already rendered with the values that were there before hitting this endpoint. And because of that, you do not see these two logs on the UI screen. But if I click on the button here, you will notice it hits the endpoint again. But before we continue, if we go back to the UI, you will notice something weird. On the UI, you can see it has onAfterRender and onAfterRenderAsync. Now these that you see here are what are already present in the event type, which were called from the last initialization. But now if you press F10, it will add that multiple times here. If you take a look at the final event type here, you will notice onAfterRender, it is called 2 times. But if we take a look at the UI, there will be only 1 time. Let me continue here. And perfect. You can see that is delayed. What it means is that there is already an onAfterRender that has added in the event type, but it is not reflected on the UI here, and that proves the purpose that onAfterRender is invoked after the UI has been rendered. But then right here you can see we have a Boolean flag of first render. Let me use that. Right here we can do if first render. That basically means that the onAfterRendered is only called for the very first time. If you noticed when we were running the application and we hit the button again, the onAfterRendered was invoked again. But that time the boolean if first render will be false. So we will say if this is the first time here, then we have a current count. Let me set that to be 100. In the else here, we can set the current count to, let's say, 200. With that, let me save and run the application and add a debugging point. Now if you go to life cycle here, the very first time onAfterRender is called, you will notice the first render will be true, and because of that the current count will be set to 100. Let me continue. But in the UI you can see the current counter is still 100. And that is because onAfterRender is called after the UI has been rendered. Now if you press the click me here, you will notice in the UI it automatically incremented the counter to 101. The reason it is 101 and not 100 because we increment the counter right here. Let me scroll down, and in the onAfterRender, this time it will not be the first render. So it will go into the else condition, update its value to be 200, and if we continue, it will display 101. Let me remove the debugging point, and now if you do click me, the current value is 201. You can see you click that, and it is 201. That looks good. Now if you update click me again, 201 will not be updated because we are hard coding that every time in the else condition. But first render can be useful when you want to perform some operation only on the very first render and not on the subsequent renders for that component. To summarize again, the onAfterRender and onAfterRenderAsync are called after every time the component is rendered. Next lifecycle that we have is shouldRender and state has changed. ShouldRender will return a boolean value. If that is true, that means Blazor has to refresh the UI. But if that is false, that means the changes that have been made are not being reflected on the UI. ShouldRender method always does the initial rendering despite its return value. Before we take a look at the state change, let's go back to our program and see shouldRender. In our parent component here, let me do protected, override, and we have shouldRender. You can see the return type here is a boolean, so let me do that. Let me add a log here first to our event type dot add, and then let me return true. Let me restart the application and take a look at that in action. Before we go to the life cycle here, let me go back and add debugging point. I will add on the onAfterRender and shouldRender. If I click on the Blazor lifecycle, you will notice it hits the onAfterRender. Let me continue, but it does not hit the shouldRender. That is because by default on the initial render, shouldRender will always be true, and that is always called. So the first time page is rendered, shouldRender will always be invoked. ShouldRender is true by default, and it does not go into the endpoint to check whether it should render or not. But the next time it is invoked, if I click here, click me, you will notice it goes to shouldRender, and it will identify that anything in the UI has that been updated, or should I skip updating the UI? Now here it will return true, and if we go back here, continue, it will update the count. That looks good. Now in this example, let me stop that, and if we overwrite that and if we return false here, let me run the application. This time the counter will not be updated. Even though the value is updated, UI will not be refreshed. Let me go back here, continue. If we do click me, this shouldRender will be false. Let me continue, and you can see the counter will not be updated. If I do that again, as long as the shouldRender is false, UI will not be updated. It can be handy to not render the UI under some circumstances. We won't be using this method that often, but it is good to note that we have that if we ever have that requirement. The last one that we have is state has changed. It is called after all the lifecycle methods have been called. This method notifies the component that its state has been updated. It can be invoked manually to trigger a UI render, and that is a critical point. At some point the UI is not refreshing and you want to manually render, then you can use this endpoint. This method will look at the value returned from should render to decide if it should wait or it should re-render the UI. Now this happens only after the component has been rendered for the first time, and that makes sense as well. So how can we test the state has changed? That is a little bit tricky, but let me show that. Code here, let me go back and let me add a using statement for system.threading. Then after the click me button here, let me add a new line, and I will add a new button here where there is a method to start the countdown. Right here, let me add another private int for count, and let me set that to be 5. We will display that here at count, and it is basically a counter. When we hit start countdown, it will start decreasing that all the way to be 0. For that we will be implementing a timer here. Let me copy the method name start countdown, and I will create that here. It will be void start countdown, and there I want to add a timer. Let me create one more method here that will be time callback, and it will get an object, call that as a state here, and it will get an object in the parameter. We will say here if count is greater than 0, let me access that, then we will decrement that. Now here in the start countdown we will be calling this timer callback, and we will call that every 1 second. So we can say variable timer is equal to new timer that exists in the system.threading, and we will start our timer with the time callback method here. The next parameter state we will set that to be null, and the amount of time for delay, let me add that 1 second, and period every 1 second this timer will execute the time callback method that we added here. Now let me add a debugging point here, and let me restart the application. Because the timer will be executed every time or every second, it will reduce the count by 1. Let me go back to the code here for a second, and where we have the interval, rather than every 1 second, let me make it every 10 seconds. With that, let me go back here, and let me click start countdown. The first time it is invoked here. If we examine the value of count, that is 5, let me press F5 and continue. Now we will have to wait for some time. It will be executed again. Now you can see the value is 4. Let me press F5. We continue, wait for some time. Now the count is 3. And if we continue again after 10 seconds, it will be reduced to 1 here, and so on. It will keep on reducing. It will keep on decrementing that by 1. So perfect, you can see the count is 1 right now, but in the UI here the count is 5. Because even though that timer is notifying that it has been updated, it does not render the UI. To manually invoke that, after we decrement the count, we can say invoke async. We want to invoke here state has changed. When you invoke that state has been updated, it will check whether it should re-render, and it will look at the value of count it has been updated, and because of that it will re-render. Let me run the application and show that. Before I run that, let me reduce this to be 1 second. That way we do not have to wait for 10 seconds, and let me restart the application. We do not have a breakpoint here, but this time on the UI, you will notice the timer will decrement. Let me hit the button. Now I did hit the button, but that is not working. Let me take a look. And of course, as I told before, that state has changed will call should render. We were returning false here. Because of that, it will never re-render the UI. Once you update that, let me run the application again and see what happens. We go back here, start the countdown, and perfect, you can see the counter is decrementing. Now let me prove that again, that if we did not have invoke async, then it will not work even when we have should render as true. Because previously when we were testing it will not work, but now with should render, you can see it is adding the life cycle, but the counter here is not updating because we were not calling the state has changed. But if you call that here, then every time the value of count is updated, it will invoke state has changed here, that will check whether it should re-render and that we are returning true, and based on that, it will re-render the UI. It is a good use case to understand the importance of state has changed. With that, we have covered life cycles in Blazor. If you compare Blazor from what it is today as compared to few years ago, then there are many groundbreaking changes. It is not only syntactical changes, but also how the Blazor project has been created and what are all the multiple functionalities or options that are available when you create a project. Let me walk you through all of that. We will create a new project. I will select Blazor Web App Project and let me call that Sample App. Along with that, I will add something called as SSR and I will explain that to you in just a minute. But that is the project name. Let me hit the next button. Right now I am using .NET 9 here and authentication type I will keep that as none. What I want to focus more is on the interactive render mode and interactivity location. When you hover on the drop-down for interactive render mode, the most basic one is none, where you do not have any interactivity on the Blazor page. Next we have Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly, and finally we have Auto. Blazor Server will use an active SignalR and WebSocket connection to maintain that connection between server and client, and it will give you that interactive feel. Blazor WebAssembly, on the other hand, runs components client-side in the browser itself on a WebAssembly-based .NET runtime. And then Auto will serve as best of both worlds, where you can select and toggle between what interactivity you want. Before we understand Blazor Server and WebAssembly, let me go with none here. That is the most basic Blazor web app, and see what is included within that particular option. Now the next option here is interactivity location. Let's say if you are selecting Blazor Server as the interactive render mode. In that case, here it is asking that for your particular project, do you want every page on the project to be an interactive server Blazor? Chances are high that out of 100 pages that you have in your application, you might only need interactivity on 5 or 10 pages. In that case, you can use per page and component level. That way on each page, you will have to define whether you want that page to be interactive or not. If you select global, then all the pages will have interactivity, whether you use that or not. Then there is Auto, where you will see server and WebAssembly, and there you can select per page or component rather than global interactivity. Now what exactly is this Auto? According to Microsoft, in Auto what happens is initially when the page is loaded, it is loaded using Blazor Server, and in the backend the WebAssembly gets downloaded on the browser. Once the client WebAssembly has been downloaded on the client browser, then later on if that page is reloaded or for future interactivity, it will transition from Blazor Server to Blazor WebAssembly. Even though that sounds amazing, I try to stay away from Auto because when there is transition going on, From server to WebAssembly, things can get ugly between the transition, and I personally am a fan of selecting one interactivity for my component. That way you can see we have multiple options for interactivity. But when you use none for the interactivity, it does not really matter because you have turned off interactivity on the project. But even if you have turned it off, that does not mean that in future if you want you cannot add that. Adding interactivity is a matter of adding some configuration on the project and then you can easily toggle the interactivity. But for the default project here we are selecting none, and by default when you select none, there is something called as SSR that is included in Blazor web app. SSR basically stands for server-side rendering, and that is included in the default Blazor web app. Let me create the project here, and we will understand that in the upcoming videos. In Blazor, they have introduced something called as enhanced navigation. Let me run the application and show you what I mean by that. We are on the home page here and we have two pages in our application. When you go to weather here, we have a component and we have a home page. The left navigation and also the top navigation here is not changing between the request. So what Blazor is doing backend is every time we change the navigation, it will not reload the complete page. It will only do a fetch request to get all the component that has been updated and update that in the DOM. Let me prove that here. We will press F12 here and let me go to the network tab. Let me refresh. On the local host here, you can see there was a document type request. Because of that, the whole document was loaded. But if I clear that here, and if I navigate between component, now you can see it only makes a fetch request. That means the whole document was not requested. It only requested what was updated, fetch those changes, and then render them in the UI. That way the complete page is not refreshed. You can see when I toggle, every time it is making a fetch request. To be more clear here, if we go to elements here and expand the div where we have the main and we have the navigation, now if we switch here, you can see only few things are getting updated. If I expand the article here and then if I go to home, you can see exactly what is being updated. The complete source code is not discarded and rewritten. It only fetches the changes and updates them in your DOM. That way you can save your time with the bulky request and only update some parts of your HTML rather than the complete page. And because of this feature, it will feel like you are working on a single page application because the complete page is never refreshed. The header and footer or some other components will stay as it is. Only the HTML elements that have been changed will be updated in your DOM. That being said, if under some situation you want a complete page reload, that could also be done. You just have to specify on the navigation that you do not want enhanced navigation. There are many caveats on working around with that, but everything is flexible when you are working with Blazor. Let me show you one thing real quick. If I go back here in the layout, I have a main layout here where it displays the about link. Let me show that. That is right here. Let's say we want to add a search functionality there. Rather than the about here, let's say we want to add an input field for search. If I save that, hot reload will kick in and perfect. We have our search box. Let's say we search for something here and then if we change the page, you can see the text goes away. Now if you want that search to be a global and you want that across all the page, then with Blazor, you can explicitly define that I want you to maintain what I have entered in this particular field. What we will do is we will add that in a form tag here, and on that form, you can say this data is permanent. Once you add that and if you save it, hot reload will kick in here, and then let me type something .NET Mastery, and if I navigate, you will notice it does not lose the data in our form. With that, now our search is a global field, and if you search for something, it will remain there until and unless you clear that out. One more thing that is built in as a part of Blazor web app is stream rendering. What do I mean by that? Many times when you are fetching some data from an API endpoint or loading it from database, it might take a few seconds to get that data. When I click on weather here, you notice we have a loading component and then the data is displayed. Now typically for that you will require some JavaScript to have loading and later on fetch the data and display that. But with Blazor you can get that done using stream rendering. Let me take a look at the weather component that is added here, and you can see on the page top we have to explicitly define that, hey, I want to use stream rendering on this particular page. With that attribute, stream rendering will be available on this particular page or component. And how do we use that is simple. If you scroll down here, we have a lifecycle method where they have added a delay of half second. Let me increase that a little bit, and then it is trying to populate some data. It is adding that data in this array of weather forecast, and then when it is loading that, it is checking if that forecast variable is null, then display loading, but if the data is available, then we want to display that in a table. And because of stream rendering, it is adding the loading right here. Let me show that. If I remove this and restart the application, now you will no longer see the loading. Let me show that. It will stay on the weather page, it will wait for a few seconds, and then it will load the weather component. So until and unless the data is not ready, it does not switch to the weather component even if the URL gets updated. Now let me bring back the stream rendering here, and let me restart the application. If you go to weather, it will instantly change to the weather page and it displays the loading text. That way it will feel more intuitive and more reactive to what you are working on because the website responds right away, and then whatever component has to be loaded, that will be loaded later on. Now again, what you see right now has nothing to do with interactivity using Blazor server or WebAssembly. This is the default feature that comes in a Blazor web app without any interactivity. Now the feature is great, but you should be careful with one thing. Let's say when you are loading the data here, it barely takes few seconds to load the data. Let me add a delay here of, let me say, only 0.2 seconds and run the application. This time what will happen is when you go to weather, you will see loading for only a few seconds and then it will go away. Now let me go back and remove that delay altogether here, and let's go back and see that. This time you can see there is no delay. Now rather than 200 milliseconds, let me make 50 milliseconds and then let me try. You can see it displays loading for a bare minimum and then it goes away. If the loading is that minimal, then it makes sense not to use stream rendering, because it is barely noticeable, so why even use that? So that way, even though the feature is great, you need to be careful with your requirement. If it takes 1 second or even couple of seconds, then it makes sense to display that loading. But if it is pretty spontaneous, then you can just skip on that and you can weigh the pros and cons before you use that in your project. Before I continue, let me show you one more example of stream rendering, and let me create that from scratch. In the pages here, let me add a new razor component. I will call that counter, and in the main nav here, let me copy the div, paste that again. href will be counter, and the name here will be counter. Counter here, let me add a routable component, and the URL will be counter. That looks good. I will add a private integer with the name of counter, getter and setter, and default that to be 0. Then let me override protected override the default lifecycle of onInitialized async, and when we initialize that, let me try to add some delay and increment our count. Integer I is equal to 10, I is greater than 0, and I minus minus. For each one of them, I will do task.delay, delay that by let's say 1 second here. We will decrement the count here, and we will notify state has changed. When we notify state has changed, it will update our UI here, and let me call this count here. Because the component name is exactly the same, let me use different one here, and in the H3 here we will display counter, and we have our variable. Let me run the application and see what happens. Right now we do not have stream rendering enabled, so when I click that, nothing will happen. The page will wait for 10 seconds and it will display our counter after that. Perfect. The counter is minus 10 because initial value is 0. We are decrementing that. Let me initialize that by 10, but that's okay. My main concern that I wanted to show you was that initially the page will wait for 10 seconds, and after all of this is complete, only then it will load our UI. But right here, if we enable stream rendering using attribute stream rendering, and let me restart the application, you will notice the difference. Because of stream rendering, it will directly change the counter, and you can see it is decrementing from 10 all the way down to 0. With that, you have a live example of stream rendering and how it can help you in your project. We have a counter component in the SSR here, where we are calling state has changed, and that is rendering the UI again. But let me create a new project now. I will open another Visual Studio instance here. It will be a Blazor web app, and I will call that sample app. Let me call that server global here, and let me select next. What I mean by that is right now what we had in the SSR is interactivity was none. This time I want to use Blazor server as interactivity, and the location will be global. That means all the pages in our application will have Blazor server interactivity enabled by default. With that, let me hit the create button. This particular project, you will notice we by default have one component that was not there in the SSR, and that is counter.razor. Let me run the application here and take a look at that. If I go to the counter component, we have a click me button, and when we click on that, it increments the counter. The logic here is pretty simple. In the add code block here, we have a private integer that keeps track of the count, and on button here we have an onClick event that invokes this method and it increments the counter. Now this, if you want to implement, you cannot do that using static server-side rendering or SSR, because this is interactivity. When you click on button, you are updating some value and you are rendering the UI. So for that we need Blazor server. So for that we need interactivity with Blazor. Now it does not matter if you have Blazor server or Blazor WebAssembly, both of them can add interactivity to your application. Right now we are using Blazor server. Let me copy this same counter and paste that in the existing counter component that we have in sample app SSR and try to run the project. The project will run here, but if you go to counter, you have the UI. Let me press F12 here and examine the console. We don't have any error. But when we hit on click me, nothing happens because there is no interactivity added to the project when you select none as the interactivity in Blazor app project. Let me revert back to our old counter component here, and let me go back to the server application. Now question will be, how did we add interactivity? If I open program.cs here, you can see after add razor components, we have the add interactive server components. If I compare that to the old project here, and if I open program.cs, we only had add razor components. So that particular block here adds interactivity to your project. And once you add that to the service, when you are configuring the pipeline on the map razor component, you have to again call the add interactive server render mode. That way it will register the server mode globally in your project. And along with that, I believe we also have to add that in app.razor. You can see in the head outlet, we have the render mode, and also in the routes, we have the render mode of interactive server. That way we are registering interactive server globally in our application. We have seen a project where Blazor server is added at global level. Let me create one more project, and this time I will create a new Blazor web app here. I will call that sample app server, but it will be local level interactivity. Let me select that. Interactivity location will be per page or component. It will be server here. Let me create that and compare that with global level interactivity. Our project has been created. Let me align them side by side next to each other. Right here we have the global and we have the local on the left side. Let me open program.cs where we have the local. You will notice both of them will be same. We have the interactive server component, that looks good, and in the pipeline we are adding the interactive server render mode, that looks good. The difference between global and local will be in app.razor. Let me open the component app.razor here, and this time you will see in head outlet or routes, it is not registering that globally we will be using interactive server. Now on the local here, because we said it will be per page or component, if we go to solution and examine our pages, if I open weather here, you can see it is only using stream rendering. Because based on the requirements here, we do not even require Blazor server. But if you open the counter component, at top here, it registers that on this particular page, I will require interactive server mode. The advantage that you get in this scenario is on each page if interactivity is needed, only then you enable that interactivity. But if that is not required, like in weather component here, or even if we open home page here, no interactivity is required, so why waste any resource? Logically, this is perfect. I would always love to have interactivity at a component level. That way, only on the components where I need interactivity, I can manually add that by using the directive that you see on top of render mode. We have seen server web app with local and per component interactivity, but let me create a new project. Now when you search for WebAssembly here, you can notice here we have a Blazor WebAssembly standalone application. That is a little bit different when you compare that with a Blazor web app. Let me create a standalone WebAssembly project. I will call that sample app WebAssembly standalone. Let me create that. We will use .NET 9 here. This time we do not have many configuration for the interactivity level that you saw in the Blazor web app here, and let me create that. Perfect. Now this project that you see here is only a client level project. There is no server in this project. And because of that, you will require a database and API to fetch all the data that cannot be done directly on the client application. But on the other hand, let me create a Blazor web app here, and this time I will call that sample app, WebAssembly, and let me call that as local for component level interactivity. So perfect. We will select WebAssembly in the interactive render mode, and interactivity location is per page component. If you select that and create, you will notice the solution project is different this time. What I mean by that is you can see in the Blazor web app, there are two projects that have been created. But when you look at the new solution here, you also have a local and then a client project by itself. This is the new architecture that Microsoft is pushing forward, but if you are using an old WebAssembly project, or if you only want a client project, and you know later on down the road, you will never require any Blazor server interactivity or any server at all, you can still go with the standalone project. But by default, Microsoft in the Blazor web app, even if you select WebAssembly, it will give a local project and then a client application. What it means is that in components, you will have pages in the local and also in the client pages. You can see we have Razor component. Now if you remember in the page like home page or weather, we do not require Blazor server interactivity. Those components will reside in the main project here, and then wherever you need interactivity, you will add them in the client project. So in client, we only have counter where we needed the interactivity of interactive WebAssembly. If you remember when we created this project, we selected the interactivity at component level. If you selected WebAssembly at global level, then most of the pages that you see in component, it will move them to the client project. If you are getting started with the project, this might seem confusing that why are there two projects, and when I create a component, where should I place that? Well, the answer is simple. If your component requires interactivity, it will go in the pages folder of the client project. Using this architecture, it provides a good separation between client and server project in Blazor WebAssembly. Because of that, in the server project or the server side, we can have good integration with .NET Core features and flexibility in deployment and hosting. So basically, if your app only displays information and handles user interactivity without any complex server-side logic, you can go with a standalone WebAssembly application, but typically I prefer a complete server web app, and that is the route Microsoft is moving forward with right now. We have created project with component level interactivity with Blazor WebAssembly. But we have one more setting available when we create a Blazor web app, and let me show that. We will call that sample app, server, sample app, auto, and per component. This time in the interactivity we will select auto. That means it will automatically select on whether it should use Blazor server or Blazor WebAssembly. And the interactivity location is also per component. Let me create that project here and take a look at that. The architecture of the project will look similar to what we had with Blazor WebAssembly in the Blazor web app, because here as well when you select auto, we have a server component and we have a client side for our application. In the pages here, you will notice we only have counter because counter is the only component that requires interactivity. If we go to components here, we will have the app.razor, and there in the head outlet, we have not registered anything at global level because our interactivity will be at component level. So in the counter, we will define that using render mode. Now when it is interactive auto, it is best of both worlds, because many times Blazor client takes a while to load all the data to the client browser. Because of that, when the page loads, initially it will be on Blazor server, and then it automatically switches the connection to Blazor WebAssembly once the client project gets loaded in the browser. But even if you have interactive auto, if you want to toggle that, you can change that here. Rather than interactive auto, you can say I want interactive server, and then it will use Blazor server using WebSockets. If you want, you can also set it to interactive WebAssembly, and then it will be WebAssembly. With that, you can see how effective Blazor is and that it provides so many different options for what you want to do and how you want to set your project's interactivity. Now I know it can be overwhelming for someone getting started with Blazor. If you are learning Blazor and you are only getting started, I would highly recommend you switch to Blazor server and set the interactivity at global level. That way you do not worry about the render modes while you are learning the syntax and how to perform functionalities using Blazor. Now in the auto interactivity, let me change the render mode to be interactive auto, and before I run this auto, let me switch back to Blazor server that we had, and it is a local interactivity where it is setting the render mode to be interactive server. Let me run this application and show you how you can tell whether it is using Blazor server or not. Perfect. In our application, if I press F12 here, in the network tab you can see where we have WebAssembly. Right now there is nothing that has been set because we know Blazor server interactivity is set on the counter component. So if I go back here to the weather component, you can see when I select WebSocket here, nothing is being displayed. But the moment I select counter here, you can see it has started a WebSocket connection and it is pending. So that connection will stay live. That connection will stay live with the server, and if I click the counter here, you can see that is functional. The reason this counter is functional is because of the WebSocket connection. That way you can tell it is using WebSockets and Blazor server. While it is running here, let me go back to the WebAssembly project that we had, and here we have a Blazor server app with WebAssembly, and again this time the interactivity is on counter component. Let me run that and let me press F12. Let me go to the network tab and I will select WebAssembly. If I go to weather here, nothing happens because by default it is only set on the counter component. If I click on counter component, you can see there were so many things that got downloaded in WebAssembly. Now right now, because we are in development, it does not bundle everything, but when you deploy it, it will bundle everything together and you will not see a complete list like this. But that way you can see WebAssembly is being used here. We can click counter and that looks good. Now let me minimize this and let me open where we were using server. There if we navigate to WebAssembly, that is empty. So when we use server, it will use WebSockets, and when it is using WebAssembly, it will download that to the client browser. Now that being said, how about when we are using auto? Let's see that as well. Let me minimize this, and we have auto per component. Let me open that. Again, for this project, interactivity is only in the counter component. Let me press F12 here, and if we examine the network tab here, let me open WebSockets here. When we click on counter component the very first time, you will notice a WebSocket connection was established. But along with that, in the background, if you notice, and if you hover on WebAssembly here, it also downloaded WebAssembly in the browser. Because it is auto, that means initially it will run that on WebSockets, but once the WebAssembly is downloaded on the client browser, then it will switch that connection from WebSocket to WebAssembly. Right now you can see the time is pending here, so the WebSocket connection is active. If I click here, then you can see the counter is functional. Now the moment you switch to other component like home or weather, we do not have any interactivity there. You will notice the WebSocket connection terminates. Now it is no longer pending and that has been terminated. If I clear this here, and then if I go back to counter here, a new WebSocket connection is not established because WebAssembly has already been downloaded on the client browser, so now the project is running on WebAssembly. So you can see how easily and seamlessly it transitioned from WebSockets or Blazor server to WebAssembly. Let me also run the Blazor server where we had local interactivity, and let me press F12 here. In the WebSockets here, if I go to counter, you can see the connection is pending. Now if I go to home, it will terminate that connection. Let me wait for that. Yep, it terminates. And then if I go to counter again, it opens a new connection. But if I go to auto here, and now if I come back to counter, it does not open a new connection to WebSocket because it is using WebAssembly, and that is perfect. I hope with that you have a brief overview of multiple interactivity that comes with Blazor app and the options with global interactivity or per component interactivity. With a project, there are multiple options and configuration that are available with Blazor. You can select interactive server, WebAssembly, auto, and you can select global level or component level. Now I will not go into details of exploring all of them because you know toggling that is pretty simple. Where you have interactive server, you can modify that to be interactive auto and it will toggle that to be auto. Also, if you want to change that to interactive WebAssembly, you can do that here, and all of that is straightforward. But the main fundamentals that we want to explore in this course is learn Blazor. We do not want to learn just interactivity with Blazor, but how can we call third-party APIs with Blazor? How can we do some functionalities like validation? How can we add grid components, send email, and much more with Blazor? Because of that, I will not worry myself with render mode. It is only the way page is rendered and how you want your application to work with interactivity. But our main focus is learning Blazor and learning that in an efficient manner. That way we want to focus more on Blazor components, Blazor syntax. So what we will do is moving forward the project that we will create, we will use server level interactivity and we will use global interactivity. That way we will not have to spend time on each component and modifying the interactivity for them. But you have an idea that if you want to change that from global to server level interactivity, of course you will have to modify few things in the app.razor and then you will have to add interactivity at component level. But we will keep those complexity aside for now and focus ourselves with learning Blazor. In any website that you work on, you will be working with forms when you have to post some data or make some update. In order to work with forms here, let me create a new component in the pages folder and I will call that as, we will call that Blazor forms. Let me add that. Well, rather than adding in the pages, let me add that in Learn Blazor. Perfect. And it will be a routable component. Let me add a route here. It will be Blazor forms. Add a /, and that looks good. Let me open the navigation here in nav menu. Copy one of them here. Scroll down. Let me copy the route here. And I will modify that. Perfect. The name here will be forms demo. Perfect. Let me run the application and see the component. That looks good. When we work on form and submit some data, we typically work with a model. Let me create that model in the project here. Right here, let me right click, add a folder for models. Well, we already have that. Let me remove this one. And we have our product model. We have name, price is active. Let me ignore the ID and product properties for when we are working with our form, and rather than that, let me create an enum here and I will call that category. Let me create a property for that of type category enum and we will call that as category. That is good for our model. But let me add some data annotations for validation, like name is required, price I can add a range validation, it will be between $1 and $1,000 and that looks good. Let me also add one more property for a date only field that will be available after. The reason I want multiple data types here like double, boolean, string, and date only is because that way I can show you multiple types in a form and what Blazor has provided for each type. But with that, our product model is looking good. Let me continue with form in the next video. Before I start working on the form here, let me create a main div here, add the closing div, and within there we will have header. Ignore what Copilot is suggesting me. I will create a div with header of form product. Within there we will have another div, give it margin x of 2, padding x of 2, and there we need to create a form. Now when we work with Blazor, we do not use the typical form tag that is there in HTML. Blazor has provided a special tag for that, and that is edit form. Along with that, we will have many more things here. That way we can use forms in Blazor. But when we work with a form, we need to bind that to a model. Let me create that property here. We are working on our product. Let me call it the same product. We will have the getter and setter. And by default, we will say new product. Product is what we want to bind to our form. So for that, we have something called as a model here, and that will be product. When we work with a form here, every form will have its own event handler for when we submit that form. Because of that, if there are more than one form, how will Blazor bind both of the form with their submit action? For that, with edit form, we need to provide something called as a form name. Let me call this product create here, and that must be unique for forms in our page. So with edit form, we have form name and we need to bind that to a model. That looks good for now. Before we work on submitting the form, we need to add all the input elements. Let me create a div, give it a class of form group and padding y of 2. Inside there, we want to create label and input field for product name. Let me add that here, and rather than label, let me display product name. Perfect. And then we are using something called as input text. If we examine what we were using before, let me open bind product, where is that, or bind property. There we were using input and there we had bind value. But with Blazor form, we have something called as input text. When we are using input text here, we do not need to give it an ID. This is my Copilot writing code. Because of that, it might be inconsistent. Let me remove that. And let me fix the product name. So bind value will be inside product.name. But one thing that you must be careful about here is when you see bind value, the V is capital. That is in input text. When we were using bind prop here, you can see the V was lowercase. It is the syntax that we have to use with input text here. If I use a lowercase v, things might not work. Input text will use the standard HTML input, but on top of that, input text will associate more functionalities like validations with form, and all of that will bind automatically when you are using input text. We will see validation in the upcoming videos, but when you are working with Blazor form, we will be using the components provided by Blazor. That way the integration is much better. If you look up Blazor input components here, you can see we have multiple components depending on the type that you are using. For input, we have input text, and that is what I am using right here. With that, let me run the application and take a look at the UI. If I go to forms, perfect, we have product name, and that looks good. Before we work on adding more properties here, let me add a button. Right here, we will add a button. Type will be submit here. I will add some classes here, btn primary, margin Y of 3, and let me add a style. Give it a width of 200 pixels. Within the tag here, let me add the text of create product, and let me save that. Let's take a look at the UI here, and perfect, that looks good. Now I want to work on what will happen when I submit the button. By default, you can see nothing happens. We don't even have a method to handle post event of our form. Let me create an event or a function here to handle that. It will be private async task, and let me call that handle product create. Let me also add a boolean property is processing. We will set that to be false, and when we start the button here, we will mark that is processing is true, and let me put some delay. I will say task.delay. Let me delay that by 3 seconds. Once that is done, we will mark is processing back to be false. You can resemble this with something of a button click, because when you add a product, you will have to add that to database. It might take a few seconds, and then we will show the result back. Now for that 2 seconds, when the is processing is true, we want to display some processing text. After the button here in a p tag, I can add some logic for that. Let me add a class of text success for the green color, and here we will use the @ sign. In the round bracket, we can add our C#, and we can try to access is processing variable. If that is true, that means it is processing, and I will display the text of processing, else I will display an empty text. And when we save that, if we go back, hit the create product, nothing happens. Because we have a method here, but the form does not know that on submit, it needs to invoke this endpoint. Let me copy the method name, and where we have edit form, we have something called as onSubmit. That means that when a form is submitted, I want you to invoke this endpoint. If I save that and go back and hit create product, perfect. We see the processing here, and then it goes away after 3 seconds. Let me show that again. We have the processing, and perfect. That looks good. With that, we have binded handle product create as a submit event for this particular form. In the form that we have, right now we only have product name. Let me copy this and paste it once again for price of the product. When we bind the value, it will be price here, and where we have the input text, rather than that it will be number. With that, let me run the application and see if that works. We go to form, and perfect. With number we have 0 by default, and when we hit create product, it displays processing for 3 seconds, and then it goes away. When we work with form, we have validation. How can we add validation to our form? If I go back to the code, and if I examine my product model, you notice I added data annotations for required and range. In order to enable that, let me go back to my form, and there within the edit form, we have to add data annotations validator. With that, the validations are added. But if you go back to your form here, and there if you try to hit the button, it will still go to processing. The reason behind that is on submit here, we have a method. But with Blazor, we have other option. Rather than on submit, We can say that only if it is a valid submit, then I want you to go to handle product create. Now if you have both on valid submit and on submit, it will not work. If you save that, we have exception that you cannot supply both of them. If you have on valid submit, then we will have to remove the on submit here. Let me save that. Once I save that, the form is back here, and if I click on create product, perfect. You can see the forms here are highlighted in red, but we do not have the error message. We can get that pretty easily. After the validator, we can say validation summary, and that will display all the validation errors for our model. Perfect, you can see name is required and price must be between 1 and 1000. If you update price and hit create product again, the validation for price goes away. With that we have validation, and if you enter both of them, then we will see processing and it goes to our method where we can create the product. But that's not it. Blazor also has something else which is on invalid submit. Let me add that, and on invalid submit, let me create one more endpoint here. We will scroll down and let me add a delay of 10 seconds there. It will be invalid. And let me also add debugging point in both of them. I will have to restart the application, and let's see what happens when the model is invalid and we try to submit. Perfect. You can see because now we have invalid here, it goes to the processing where we handle something invalid. Let me continue. While it is processing the invalid request here, the name and price validations are also displayed. Because many times you might have a requirement that if something is invalid, you might want to redirect it to some other place or perform some other operation. In that case, you can handle this endpoint on when the model is invalid. Let me enter everything valid here, press enter, and it goes to handle product create. That looks good. Processing will be there for 3 seconds. Processing will be there for 3 seconds, and perfect. That looks good. Let me go back here, remove the invalid one. We do not need that here. And finally, if you do not want validation summary, you want validation next to the input box here, we can do that with validation message. And in the for here, we will bind this particular validation message to product.name. Let me copy that and add similar validation for product.price here. Perfect. If you save that and go back here, let me remove both of them. And if you notice, now we have validation summary and we have individual message as well. Typically, we will be using one of them. So based on your requirement, you can select the one that works for your requirement. I will be using individual message here, and that looks good. In our form, we have product and price. Let me go back to my project, and now let me add category. That will be an enum. I want a drop down for that, so let me show you how we can accomplish that using input select. We will not be having input price here. Let me change that to be category. I mean input number. We would rather have input select. We will add the class of form control. Well, when we have select, we have form select. Let me use that. And we will do bind value. When we do bind value, it will be on product.category. Let me add the closing tag here. And within input select, we will have to add all the options. Options that we have are in an enum here. So let me iterate through that in a for each loop, and we will display that. For each variable cat in enum.getValues, and we want to get values in the type of category enum. Let me go back, and yep, that is the exact name. But even with that, we have errors with validation. Let me try to figure that out here. And perfect. Let me remove the input number. We do not need that here, or input validation. Something is not right here. If I cut that, the squiggly line goes away. Let me add that again. Yep, I forgot a double quote here. That is the culprit. And perfect. Now enum.getValues will get all the values in this category, and we will add that in option. We will add option here. Value will be @symbol cat variable, and what we will display here will also be category. Let me display that. If I save that and go back here, perfect. We have entree, appetizer, and dessert. That looks good. Next property that I want to see is, let me go back. We have a Boolean flag and we have a date only. Let me copy price here and I will paste that 2 times. We have the Boolean flag of is active. For that, we have input checkbox. Whoops. Let me select that, and the value will be is active. I do not want any validation for that. Let me remove that. And finally, what is the date name that is available after? We have a date for that. So rather than input number, we have input date, and there we will say available after. Let me remove validation and let's go back. Perfect. Now with our checkbox, we do not want form control. Let me remove that here. And let me take a look. Perfect, that looks good. We have date that a user can select here. By default, if I want to add that as today's date, for the date here, we want to set this to be today's date. Let me go back, and right here in the constructor, we can set available after is equal to today's date. If I save that, let me refresh, and perfect, that looks good. If I hit the button, I have validation on name and price, but everything is looking great for multiple input types like dropdown, checkbox, or input date. Let me go back to the application, and when we hit the submit button, I want to populate a new product. Let me add created product, and we want to populate that in the handle product create. Right here we can say created product is equal to product, and that will assign the values that user entered in the form to created product. After we assign that, let me assign product is equal to new, and that way it will clear the existing selection in our form. Now the product that is created here, let me display that in a div. After the div, let me add an if condition, and I will check if created product is not null. Only then I want to display this. I will add a div here. We will have a h2 of product created. Right here, let me display name that is in created product dot name. Next, I want to display price. Category is active, available after. The div will only be visible if created product is not null. Let me add a debugging point in the handle product create, and let me restart the application. If I go to form here, let me try to populate something here, and I will click on create product. If I examine the product model is populated, that looks good. Let me continue. And perfect. We saw the processing even after the product was created. Let me move this particular changes to after task.delay. Let me save that and let me try it again. Let me enter a different price here. It is processing. And perfect. The product is updated. If you want to be more explicit when you create that here, you can set created product is equal to new. That way it will be empty, and then we will assign our new product. So now if I enter some values here, create product, well, it stays there because we will have to null that. So let me add null value, and now it will not be displayed. Let me do that here, and perfect, it goes away, processing, and product created. Our form is working as expected. But you can see we have a model here that is created product, and then we have another product here. How can we explicitly define that this product that we have here is being used or will be populated from the edit form? Now I know right now things are working, but sometimes if you do not define that explicitly, things will not work. In the edit form here, if you notice, we are already defining our model to be product, but where we have the product property, right there we can add an attribute, and that is supply parameter from form. Once you add that, it will explicitly define that this particular product object will be populated by a form on the page. So the supply parameter from form attribute indicates that the value of the object or property will be supplied from the form data for the form. That being said, even though our form is working without this particular attribute, always make sure to add and bind that appropriately based on your forms. Now there might be one more question. Right now we have one form. What if we have more than one forms? Like, let me copy this, let me scroll down, and let me create one more edit form here. We have a product here, let me copy that, and let me create one more product. I will call that product temp. For the next form here, the model will be product temp here, and then let's say we have another handler function, handle product create temp. Let me copy this, paste it here for the create temp, and rather than product we will be using product temp there. Perfect. So if you have more than one forms here, where we have the supply parameter from form, how can we define which form this particular product will be used? Right here in the parameter we can define form name. Let me scroll up for the form name. Let me make it temp here, copy that. This one will be the original one, and next one we will have the form name, and we can say this is for temp. That way we can explicitly bind the products here to an individual form in our components. With that configured, let me save everything, go back, and let me make sure everything is functional. If I reload here, let me try to create one, processing, and perfect, product created. The other form that we added, we do not have any values in there, so it is not being displayed. Let me comment that out here. And perfect, that looks good. We need to work on our final project that we will build using Blazor. For that, let me create a new project. I will select Blazor Web App. Let me select the next button. Project name, let me call that Yum Blazor, and let me do next here. Perfect. We will be using .NET 9 for the project here, but for this one we will say authentication type. We want individual user account. The reason we want to use individual user account is because of that we will have authentication, all the identity tables, and the identity pages for login, registration, and everything else configured by default. And that will save us a bunch of time, and it is already built by the .NET team. Now these pages will be similar to what we have in identity when we create an MVC application. So that will look and feel similar to what we have in MVC. Now the pages here that it will add with individual user account will have the look and feel of what we are doing with .NET Identity using MVC. But the main thing that I want to focus on is interactivity render mode and interactivity location. I have already walked you guys through all the configuration option and what is different in each interactivity location. Based on your business requirement, you might select something else, or you might want to try something else in the interactivity render mode and interactivity location. But for this project, make sure you select Blazor server here and interactivity location will be global. I want to move forward with a simple option rather than per page or component because my main focus is we still need to understand how Blazor works. Once you understand the basic fundamentals of Blazor, you can then focus on learning or exploring interactivity location or even different types of interactivity. But right now our main focus is to learn Blazor, and for that we will keep interactivity simple. We will select server and interactivity location as global. With these two settings here, let me select the create button. And perfect, our project has been created. It is resolving the dependencies here. Let me wait for that. And that's done. Source control is very critical when you are working with any project. In Visual Studio here, let me add my project to source control. My Git account is already connected here, so you will see it will not ask me to sign in. It already displays my account here, and the repository name, I will call that Yum Blazor. I will make it a public repository, and let me create and push. With that, we have added everything to source control. Now the great benefit of source control is, let's say you make some changes in any of the component here. Let me do counter component. You add some logic here and then you are facing an error. Let me build the project here. And perfect, we have the error. For some reason, if the error does not make sense on what is going on, right now it is self-explanatory here, but if that does not make sense, you can always come over here. You can examine what changes you made for that particular commit. And with the change here, if you still do not know why you are getting that error, you can always revert back the changes, and then if you build the project, it will work. The reason it is more critical is, let's say when you are following me with the course, I will commit each and every lecture as a separate commit in the Git repository. You should follow the same. That way, if in a particular lecture you face an error that I do not face, you can easily compare what was modified, and you can also revert back the changes. That way you only have to watch that video again and see if you made some error while you were following along. Git is really great and powerful, and you should try to get yourself comfortable as much as you can, because when you are working in a real world environment, there will most definitely be some kind of source control, and GitHub is the most common one. If you want to explore more on GitHub, I have a detailed course on GitHub on .NET Mastery. But right now, even when you continue, make sure you add your project to source control, and then for each lecture that you follow, try to commit along me. That way, if something does not work and you are following along, you can provide that GitHub URL in the question and answer. That way it will be easier for me to debug, or some other fellow student can also clone your repository and help you out with any issues that you face. So GitHub is very critical, and make sure you add your project to your GitHub directly from Visual Studio. We will be working on our project here, but before that, let me create few folders that are needed to organize everything that we have in the project. In the data folder, we will have all the models here, but if we have to create any view model, let me create a folder for that. I will call that view models. For the data access here, we will not be using application DB context directly. Let me create a new folder, and I will call that repository. In repository, we will have the interface. Let me add that, and that will be iRepository. Then if we want to add any services in our project here, we will do that in the services folder. And perfect, that looks good. We will also add extensions in our project. Let me create a new folder for that, even though that might go inside the services, but I like to keep them separate. Or rather, what we can do is in services folder, we can move the extension. That way it will be organized in one place. And then in the www root folder, we have Bootstrap that is being used in the project. If you open the version here, you can see it is 5.1, but the latest one is different. We will update that as well. But before I do that, in the www root folder, let me create a folder for images. And let me also create one more folder to hold all the JavaScript. Now in the images, when you downloaded the project resources, there we have the images folder, and I will copy the default 4 image that I provide here. Let me paste that here. With that, we have the basic setup that is needed for our project, and we have the folder structure. That looks good. Let me continue from the next video. We want to work on creating a model and performing CRUD operation using Entity Framework and Blazor. I will not be going into the basic details of how we set up DB context in the project because in program.cs that has already been configured. When we added individual accounts for authentication, you can see we have connection string. That connection string is present in appsettings.json, and let me modify the database name here. I will call that Blazor. Right now we have not added any models to our project, but in the data folder we have application DB context here, and in the migrations we have few migration. By default it creates identity tables. You can see ASP.NET users, ASP.NET role claims, and much more. These are added by default because of .NET identity, so let me create this database. In the app settings here, a server name will be added by default, and that might be incorrect. If you open SQL Server on your local machine and try to connect to that particular server here, rather than double backward slash, it will only be one here, and let me hit connect. Perfect, I am able to connect here. That means that server is valid. If it is not valid here, try to connect to your server and then copy that server name and replace that. But with a valid server name, we already have a migration. We can go to Tools, Package Manager console, and run the command update database. That will create our database, and it will create our default identity tables. Let me do that. Perfect, it is done here. If I go back and refresh on the database, we have Blazor, and it has the default identity tables. That looks good. That our table has been created, we want to work on category model, and we want to perform CRUD operation. For that, we will have to create that model, and all the models we will add in the data folder. Now if you want to move this to an n-tier hierarchy where you will create multiple projects for models, repositories, and some of the static files, then you can do that later. But for now we will keep things super simple and clustered in one location, because our main focus is to learn Blazor, and let's not deviate from that. In the data folder, let me create a class here, and that will be category.cs. In here, let me create two properties. First will be ID, and next one will be name of the category, where we will have a required validation, where I will add a required validation to see if we can actually validate the name using Blazor and data annotation. Now of course validations will come later on, but I am adding it here. That way we do not miss that later on. With that, our category is looking great. In order to add category to our database, we will go here and in the application DB context, I will have to create a DB set. Inside the class here, we will say public DB set of category. And what table name do we want? If you want it to be category in the database, you can do that. Or if you want it to be categories, you can update that as well. I will be using the same name that we have in our model, and let me go with category. I will be using same name that we have for our model, and that looks good. In order to give ourselves a head start here, let me seed this particular category table with some data. Now because I have GitHub Copilot, it is automatically giving me suggestion on how I can populate some data. If you do not have GitHub Copilot, do not worry. All you have to do is just type that, we will do override, and there we will override the on model creating. Because we have identity, do not remove this base.on model creating that is required. In order to seed our category table here, we will say builder.entity. On category, we have the method has data, and there we will create new category object, and these will be added in our database. Rather than breakfast, I will call that appetizer, entree, and dessert. After we add that in the on model creating, we need to add a migration. I have the package manager console here. I will say add migration, and I will say add category and seed the table. Because right now we are adding category to our database, and on top of that we are also adding 3 records. If I go back here, take a look at that, it is creating the category table, and then we have something called as insert data, where it is adding appetizer, entree, and dessert. Let me update database to push pending migrations to our database. And perfect. Let me go back here where we have Yum Blazor. Let me refresh that. And in the tables, now we have a category table, and there it should have 3 records. Perfect, that looks good. With that, we have created a category model in our project. We have also created a table in database corresponding to that, and we have populated some dummy records to give ourselves a head start. Before I move forward with our model here, typically we will use application DB context to work with database and entity framework. But I do not directly want to inject application DB context in our Razor components. I want to implement a repository. In the iRepository folder, let me create a new item that will be interface, and that will be a repository for category operation. So iCategory repository, let me add that. Now there I want to add few endpoints. The first one will return the type of category, and it will be an endpoint to create the category. In the parameter we will get category. So based on the object that we receive here, this method will create that category in database and return that back. Similarly, I will have an endpoint for update. Let me create that, and then I want to create an endpoint for delete. Now when I delete here, it will be delete, not delete behavior. Let me remove that. And when we delete a category, I will receive ID of the category that we need to delete, and the return type here, let me make that a Boolean field that will denote whether the delete was successful or not. Next, we need to retrieve category from the database. Method name will be get here, and we will get a single category based on the ID. Finally, we want to retrieve all the categories from the database. So return type will be IEnumerable of category, and we will give that a name of getAll. I believe these will be all the endpoints that we will require to get started. So let me have all of them here, and later on if we want more endpoints, we can always update that. But our interface for category repository looks good. We have implemented the interface for category repository. Let me do the implementation. In the repository folder, add a new class. That will be category repository. And it will implement the iCategory repository. Let me implement the interface here, and we will require our application DB context to perform all the CRUD operation. It will be private read-only application DB context. Let me call that underscore DB, and in the constructor, let me retrieve that. And we will say underscore DB is equal to DB. Perfect. Now let me work on the endpoints. These are pretty straightforward endpoints with Entity Framework. Now if you have no idea about Entity Framework and you are getting started, I will highly recommend you pause the video and go to my free video on YouTube where I have explained Entity Framework Core and .NET MVC and build a basic CRUD website. That being said, let me continue on all the endpoints. For create, we will say underscore db.categories.add, and then we will have to save the changes. Finally, we return back the obj. Next is the delete. For delete, we will first have to retrieve that object because we only have the ID. We will retrieve that using underscore db.category.first.default. And then if obj is not null, in that case, we will say underscore db.categories.remove, and I will pass the object. Now we are returning a Boolean value here, so underscore db.savechanges. Now when we perform underscore db.savechanges, it will basically return an integer value on how many records were updated. If that value is greater than 0, that means delete was successful. So we will return that value. It will be a Boolean flag. But if in case the object is not found in the first.default, we will return false. Next we have the get endpoint, and in get we can use the similar first.default here. Based on the ID, we will retrieve that, and if obj is null, we will return a new category object. In the else part here, that will be the expected result. We will return the object that we retrieved from the database. The get endpoint looks good, where we have the get all underscore db.category.toList, and we will return that. Perfect, that looks good. Finally, we have the update. Now when we update, first I will retrieve the variable obj from db, and with that we will retrieve the category object from database. Now if that category object is not null, so if obj from db is not null, in that case we will update the individual properties from this obj. We will set obj from db.name is equal to obj.name, and right now we only have one property. Once we update, we can say underscore db.category.update, and there we will pass the obj from db. Now the reason it is safe to go with this approach is, let's say there are few properties in the original obj that you never want to update. And if unintentionally someone has updated that and passed that as a parameter, it will update if you directly pass obj like this. But because we are retrieving that from the database, we are updating the properties that are needed, and then we are calling update on that. That way it will only update the properties that we have defined right here. But after that we will have to call save changes here, and we have to return back the updated object. Let me do that. Perfect. Now if the object from database is null, let me just return back the original object that we received in the parameter. Perfect. With that, I believe the basic repository for category is looking good. Let me continue from the next video. We have the basic category repository in place, and now we want to work on Blazor in our application. So far we had to do some basic setup like adding models, pushing that to database, creating a repository to access that, but now we will focus on Blazor. For that we will be working in the components folder. Let me open that, and in the pages here, let me create one more folder. It will be for category. Let me call that category underscore pages, and there I will create our first Razor component. It will be a page to display all the categories that we have on the database. Let me call that category list and create that. Perfect. We need to add a navigation in the layout, nav menu. Let me minimize this, and we do not want to work on counter and weather. I can remove those two. And where we have the home, let me paste that again. This will be for category. The href will be category here, and we need to add route to our component. We will say add page / category. With that, our component is created and we should be able to route to that component. Let me run the application and see if that works. We have the component. If I click there, perfect. We have our category list and the routing works as expected. Let me build some HTML on the page right here. In order to load the categories, we will go to database and retrieve those categories. Initially, I want to display a loading while we go to the database to retrieve our categories. Let me create a Boolean property here. It will be is loading, or let me call that is processing, and by default we will set that to be false. And we can add an if condition here using @. We will check if is processing is true, then I want to display a loading flag. Now if you remember, we added image in the project as well in the www root. Well, the images is empty. Whoops, we added that in the JS folder. Let me open that. And let me cut the image from here, move them to our images folder. Perfect. Now there we have a loading image. We want to display that if it is processing. Let me add a div. I will add some classes here like position absolute, width 75%, height 75, deflex, flex column, and align items in center. These are bootstrap classes. I will add background white, and finally let me add justify content center. Within div here, I will display image. Source will be inside the images folder. We have loading.gif, and as a alt tag, if you want, we will add loading. By default is processing is false here, and it will be displayed only if it is processing, so we will handle that later on. In the else condition here, I want to add a card layout. Let me type that here, and then we will keep this standard for all the other pages. We will say card, shadow, and border will be 0. We do not want that. Margin top of 4. Within that div, I will add another div for card header. Background, we will add BG black, background gradient, margin left of 0, and padding Y of 3. There we will add another div, give it a class of row, and within there we will add one more final div, give it a class of column 12 for the full width here, and text center. Finally, inside there we will display an h2. Let me give it a class of text white and padding Y of 2. We will display category list. That will be the title of the page. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go to category and perfect, that looks good. Before I end the video here, let me add a body here. After the card header, right here I will add div card body. Along with that, let me add padding 4 here. and we will give div class of row, padding bottom 3. Inside there, let me add a class of column 12. My copilot is suggesting me. Let me remove the on click here. We do not want that. And rather than process here, this will be to create a new category. So let me say add new category. I will do text end here. Let me save that and let's take a look at that. Perfect, the button looks good. Now rather than btn primary, let me make that btn secondary here. And I will give it a style. Give it a width of 200 pixels. Let me see how that looks here. Let me make it 250 actually. And I will say btn large. Perfect, that looks good. And perfect, this looks good. Finally, what I want to do is right before the body ends here, I will add a p tag and I will display category list. Let me take a look at that. Perfect. So right here we will display table with all the categories once we load that. But our layout for category list is looking great. Let me continue from the next video. On the category list page, let me implement a method to load all the categories. We will go back here and right here in the code block, let me first override the onInitialized async. And there we are setting the is processing to be true and ultimately we are setting that to be false. Between those two conditions we have added a delay here, but there we will be adding a method to load categories. Let me copy that and I will create that here. It will be a private void load categories. Right now I do not have anything implemented there, but I have added a delay of 2 seconds. Let me take a look at the UI with that change. We go to home here, we go to categories, and nothing happens. We will have to restart the application. Let me do that here. And then we should see a processing loader for 2 seconds. Perfect, it displays loading. The image was not loaded here. Let me take a look at that. I believe we do not need this here. Let me remove that and let me save the project. Go back, hot reload will kick in. Perfect. Let me go to home, category, and perfect, we have the loader. So our loader is working as expected and that looks good. Now the next few videos will be critical in understanding an important aspect on when you will re-render the UI when it comes to Blazor. But let me walk you through all of that with an example, that way it will make more sense. Right now we have to implement load categories and we added that in our repository. In order to inject a repository in the component, we can directly use the inject statement at the top. We will say inject and I want to inject the I category repository. But if you type that, it will not detect because it is in a namespace. What we have to do is first in the underscore imports, if I add that using statement, let me take a look at that. The hierarchy here is in yum Blazor. We have repository and let me copy paste that once again. We have I repository. I do not believe we will be using repository directly. Let me remove that. We will be using I repository. With that, now if I look, we will find the I category repository and let me call that underscore category repository. We have injected that here. So in the load categories here, we can say underscore category repository dot get all. That will retrieve all the categories, but we need to store that in a variable. Right here, let me add private, and this is processing. Let me make that private as well. It will be IEnumerable on category, and we do not have that as well. Let me add that in imports here. We will add using for Blazor.data. With that in place, if I save and go back here, we will see the category and perfect. Let me call that categories. By default, it will be list of new category. When we load all the categories here, we will populate that in our categories here. Perfect. That way, whoops, let me scroll down. That way we will retrieve all the categories and populate that in our variable. Now that the categories are populated here, where we had the category list in HTML, we can display that using an if condition. I can check here if there are any categories we will display in a table. GitHub Copilot is automatically displaying me that. Let me create a table, give it a class of table, table bordered, and table striped. We will be adding a T head there. Inside T head, we will add a TR, and we will have TH for name of the category, and let me add an empty TH for buttons like edit and delete a category. Let me hide this here, and after the T head we will have T body, where we will have a for each. We will have a variable obj in categories. Let me add that, and for each one of the category that we will have a table row. There we will have a TD. First we want to display obj.name, and in the next TD here we will have buttons. But right now let me just write buttons here and save that. With that, I believe if I run the application, I will see all the categories in the table because we are calling load categories. Let me go to category, and we have an exception. Let me open that. You can see it does not display the error message. We will have to enable logging. Detailed errors is true. We have to set that in app-settings.json. Let me open that, and I will add that here. Let me run the application and see what is the error message. Open DevTools, go to category, and perfect. We can see it cannot provide a value for category repository. There is no registered service type. I think we forgot to register that in program.cs. Right here we will have to add builder.services.addScoped, and we need to add that when we ask a reference for iCategory repository, give me an implementation of category repository. With that, if I restart the application, now it should work and find the category repository implementation. We go to category, we see the loading bar for 2 seconds, and perfect, we see appetizer, entree and dessert. That is what we have created in our categories table. Now let me add a debugging point on the onInitialized async here, and let me run the application. We have an await task.delay here, and I want to show you the importance of await in onInitialized async. Let me bring the UI on the side here. That way we can see both of them. And perfect. Now if I go to category here, you can notice by default we have the isProcessing to be false. We are setting that to be true here, but the UI is not rendered once the execution is complete here. When we execute the await statement here, at that point you will notice the spinner comes up. So it is because of that await statement that spinner came up here, and then let me continue. Now let me walk you guys through other scenario. Let's say if there was no await here, and where we have the load categories, let me do thread.sleep, and let me make it sleep for 5 seconds. Let me restart the application and see what happens this time. If I remove debugging point and if I hit on category, you will notice the UI will be frozen for 5 seconds and after that the category will be loaded. Even though we are setting the is processing here as true and false, it is not updating the UI. And the reason behind that is await unblocks the chain of execution, allowing the page to be rendered before an asset has been loaded. That is the importance of await and why we should use that. So if during any execution you want the UI to be re-rendered, you can always await that for 1 millisecond and that will cause the UI to re-render. Let me restart the application and let me show that. We go to category. Now the UI is awaiting for 5 seconds on thread.sleep, but the loader is being displayed. And perfect. That looks good. That is something that I want you guys to keep in mind, and you can also use task.yield. That way you do not even have to wait for 1 millisecond. It will just spin up and return the execution back. That way the UI will also be re-rendered. Let me show that as well. We go to category, we have a spinner, it waits for 5 seconds, and then it should come right back up. Perfect, that looks good. With that, if you are on initialized and if you want the UI to be re-rendered between the execution itself, you will need an await endpoint. Now, if your load categories, if the repository was an asynchronous repository, then you would not face any issues or you would not have to await on anything because the endpoint here, you will always await on that. Let me update that and we will take a look at that in the next video. But always remember when you are executing something and if you want the UI to be re-rendered with the current state, you can use the await task.yield. I want to show you the importance of converting the repository to await an async, and let me do that. I will stop the application here. In the solution where we have repository, let me open interface and implementation. For asynchronous endpoints, we will have to return task type and the category object. Let me add that in all the places. Boolean also will be enclosed in task statement. And we have the IEnumerable. Perfect. That looks good for the interface. Where we have the implementation, we will do async, task, and we will have the return type. Let me update that here. Perfect. Let me fix that in all the places. And because of that, now we can use the async endpoints. We have first our default async. We will await that here. We also have the async endpoint for save changes. Let me do that here. Perfect. For toList, we have the toList async and we will await that. I forgot to add the async here. Let me do that. Perfect. Next, we have the first default here. Let me add asynchronous endpoint. Await here. Perfect. Where we have to delete, we can do async. And where we have the save changes, let me do await, save changes, async. And we will have to include this in a bracket. Perfect. Delete looks good. Where we have the create, let me await on save changes, async. Great. Also with add here, we have add async. Let me update that. With that, we have converted our repository with all asynchronous endpoint, and I believe it makes sense to add async in the keyword as well. Let me go to interface, and I will add async in all the places. That way we will know all the endpoints are asynchronous endpoints. In the repository, let me update that. And perfect, that looks good. With that, our repository, let me save everything here. Our category repository now is asynchronous, and where we have the implementation, we will call getAllAsync. We will await there, and the method here will be async task. Perfect. Now even if we do not have thread.sleep, that's okay. With that, let me await on load categories here, and perfect, looks good. Let me add a debugging point here and now run the application. Well, actually here, let me do thread.sleep and let me make that sleep for 5 seconds. Let me restart the application and see what happens. I will add a debugging point there, and let's examine. We go to category here. Perfect. As soon as it executed the load categories, you can see the spinner is right there, and if I press F5 to continue, it will load that for 5 seconds before it moves on to its processing. And now if we continue, we see load categories. Because of that, we had the asynchronous endpoint to load categories, and now we no longer have to use a delay or task.yield. Typically, when you are retrieving data from some place, there will be asynchronous endpoints and you will be using them, so this looks great. There is one more thing that I want to point out is on initialized async is great to load data. But because of Blazor server, many times there is pre-rendering that is done on server and then on the client on initialized async is called again. Now in global typically you will not see that, but when you are using local interactivity per component, at that point the on initialized async is called twice. And that might lead to issues of calling this load categories 2 times, and that is not ideal. Because of that, what I typically do is when we have to load data, rather than loading that in on initialized, I like to do that in the other endpoint that we have, and that is on after render async. Because in this particular endpoint, we have a flag first render. That means we can call some endpoints here that will only be invoked on the first render, and that way we do not call some endpoint that takes up some execution multiple times. In order to use that, let me cut what we have in on initialized, and we will update that in first render. We will have to add the async keyword, and perfect. We can remove the return statement here, and that looks good. With that, let me run the application and let me add debugging point here to see if that works. Now this time you will notice some inconsistency, and let me show that. When we click on category here, you can see it automatically loads the category list because the method that we have is after the render async. So the UI is rendered, and after that it reaches our endpoint. We press F10, continue here, load categories, it is loading that, and is processing is false. If I continue here, we do not have that spinner. Now the reason we do not see a spinner here is because we are on the on after render async. That means rendering on the UI is already complete. If we want to update something after the rendering is complete here, we will have to call the endpoint state has changed. That will tell the UI that state of some of the variable has changed, and based on that we need to re-render the UI. If I add state has changed here, let me run the application and see what happens this time. Perfect, let me go to category here, press F10, state has changed, and perfect, spinner is up and running. But now, after the await of load.categories, if we continue, let me press F5 here, you can see the spinner does not go away because it is happening in the on after render here. So rather than that, after the processing is complete, we will again have to notify that state has been updated. And this you will have to do because we are working in the on after render async and the UI rendering is already complete. One thing that we can enhance here is the is processing. We can set that as true by default, so we do not need these two statements. After the categories is loaded, we will set that to be false. Let me run the application and see if that works now. We go to category, we have the spinner, and perfect, that looks great. This is the approach that I prefer when I have to load data in a component. If you prefer the other approach of doing that in the onInitialized async, you can always do that, and I have shown you how that could be accomplished as well. I prefer doing that in the onAfter render async, but make sure to do that inside the first render. And when you do that in onAfter render async, then you have to notify state has changed. That way the UI will be updated. Our category list component is looking good here. Let me create one more component for adding a new category or updating any of the existing category. Let me stop the application. In the components folder pages, category pages, we will add a new razor component, and that will be category absurd. We will be adding a category or updating a category in one component. Because of that, I have called that absurd. It is basically a combination of update and insert, and let me add that. This will be a routable component. The route here will be category absurd. Well, rather than that, if we are creating category, let's say it will be category create. If we are updating a category, it will be category update. I can add a forward slash here. Perfect. Now when we are updating a category, we will receive an ID in the parameter. Let me add that here. When we add that in the parameter here, add a forward slash, and we need to map that to a parameter. The attribute will be parameter here. Let me add that. And then we need a property. Let me create that. That way the ID here will be mapped to this particular integer, and that looks great. Let me run the application and see if we are able to route to this new component from both create and update. We go to category here. Let me write create. Perfect. And let me write update. If I only write update and press enter, it cannot find that. But if I add an ID there, perfect. That looks great for our new component. I want to route to that component from the category list page where we have add new category, and I want to add two buttons. Let me navigate to category list here where we have the add new category rather than button. Let me convert that to an anchor tag, and the href, let me copy what we have in absurd. It will be category create. Copy that, and let me paste that. When we have href, we do not need the forward slash before category. With that, if I save the application, hot reload will kick in. Perfect. Now if I click add new category, it takes me to create, and that looks great. Now I want to add buttons here for edit category and delete category. Let me go back here, and where we had the text buttons, I will add an anchor tag here. href. Let me go back to the absurd here and copy this href. We do not need the forward slash with category. Let me remove that, and we will append ID. Paste that, and now we need the ID. To add our ID here, we can use string interpolation. Let me do that here using our $sign. And here we can say obj.id. Perfect. Let me close that here. We will display edit here, and let me add some bootstrap classes of btn and btn primary for the blue color. Next, Let me also add a button here, give it a bootstrap class of btn danger, and we will call that delete button. If I save that and go back here, great. Now if I click on edit here, you can see the URL at the bottom, it appends the ID, and that looks good. We are able to go to our upsert component both from add category and edit category. Before we continue on with our application, I want to use the latest bootstrap in our project. I will navigate to the getbootstrap.com, and the version that I will be using in this course is 5.3. Now if a new version is released later on, try to switch to the same version, that way you will not face any issue. Let me scroll down and we have the CDN. Let me copy the CSS here, navigate back to our project, and now where will we add the CSS and JavaScript for Bootstrap? If you said app.razor, you are correct. We have the default Bootstrap that is added to the project. Let me update and add the new version 5.3.3. Let me go back here and we need the JavaScript. Let me scroll down. I will add that right here. While we are adding Bootstrap here, I also want to install icons. Let me scroll down to where it is installed. And we have the CDN for that. Let me paste that. Perfect, we have added Bootstrap icons, and then let me also add toaster notifications. We will add toaster notification, and we have that here. Scroll down. Let me make sure both of them are working here. Yep. Before I copy this, let me go back and let me copy the script tag, paste that again. Perfect. Let me copy the style here, paste that again. Now let me go back to toaster, copy the JS here. I will add that here. Copy the CSS. Let me add that. Now with toaster, if you remember, we require jQuery. If you scroll up, it is written right here, jQuery is required. So I will search for jQuery CDN, and we will have that here in CDN.js. Let me copy the script tag. I will add that before toaster.min.js, and that looks great. With that, we have added the latest Bootstrap, jQuery, and toaster to our project along with Bootstrap icons. In the last video, we added Bootstrap icons here. Let me scroll up and I will search for a plus icon. Let me check here and we have the plus icon. Let me copy that. I will use that in my project where I have category list and we have add new category. Let me paste that here, save that, and if I go back, perfect, looks good. Where we have edit and delete, let me also use some icons here. I will use pencil icon. We have the edit one, copy that, and I will add that to my edit here. Go back here. In the icons, I will search for a trash icon for delete, and this looks good. Copy that. Perfect. If I save that, that looks good. Now let me work on the category upsert here and create some HTML inputs in there. To be consistent, I will be using the same layout that we have in category list here. Let me go back, and from category list, let me copy everything that we have in the if else. Copy that, paste it right here. We need the component here, that is processing variable, not the component. Let me copy that is processing, and I will add that. Perfect. Now for some reason you can see the parameter is not being detected here. Let me restart the application. and we need to edit the code here. Of course, the category is not valid. Let me remove that if condition, save that, stop the application, and we will have to restart Visual Studio. But before that, let me try closing and opening this again. And yep, that worked. Sometimes if the parameters are not being detected, or if you feel something is not right, close that file and open it again, and that fixes the issue. Right here, I have a spelling mistake. I did not notice that. Let me fix that in the category list as well. Perfect, that looks good. The title of the page will not be category list here because it will be dynamic. If we are creating, then it will be create category, else it will be update. The way we can tell if we are creating or updating is whether there is an ID parameter, and if that is greater than 0, that means we are updating, else we are creating. Right here we can use the razor syntax and we can check if ID parameter is greater than 0. If that is, then it will be create, else it will be update. That way we can use ternary operator to dynamically populate the text for the title. Then we need to create a form here, and for that we need to create a property. It will be private, type will be category. Let me give it the same name category, getter and setter, and by default it will be new category. This property will be binded to an edit form in our Blazor. And for that we can add an attribute that the values will be supplied parameter from form. You can give ID of that form, but we have not created that yet, so let me keep that simple. But with that, if I run the application, now the absurd page will look more like the category list that we have with our header, and then we will have a button of add new category that we will remove later on. And the spinner does not go away, of course, because by default we are setting that to be true and we are not making it false on the onInitialized or onAfterRender async. Now again, I like using the onAfterRender async. Let me copy that and I will paste that here. We will have to stop the application and we will not have load categories here. We will only load a single category. Now that also we will not load every time. We will load that only if the ID is greater than 0. So let me add that endpoint here and we need to add the category service. Let me inject that. If I go back to category list, I am doing that here with category repository. I will add that here. And then on category repository, we have the endpoint get async, and that will retrieve category based on the ID. But once again, we will only load that if the ID is greater than 0. In the load category, let me add an if condition. If ID is greater than 0, only then we will load this category, else we will not do anything in the load category. In the first render, we will call that set the is processing to be false, and then we will trigger state has been updated. With that, the spinner should now go away once we call the state has updated and category has been loaded. We click add category and perfect, the spinner goes away. We want to create our edit form in Blazor. Let me go back to the application where we have category absurd. We do not want to add new category. Let me remove that. Here we will add an edit form here and we need to define our model. We already have that down here, so let me add that. And then we will have to give our form a name. I will call that category absurd form here. And what should we do on submit? We want to proceed on valid submit here. We will invoke an endpoint absurd category. We have not created that method yet, but we will do that shortly. Let me add validations in my form here, and rather than validation summary, I will add individual validation message. Let me create a div, give it a class of border, padding 3, and margin top here. And within there, we will add a div, give it a class of form floating, padding y of 3, and column 12 for the full width. Inside there, we will be adding input text, add a label, and we will have validation message. Now the text here, GitHub Copilot automatically suggested that, but the main thing that we care about is bind value is correct, it's category.name here, and validation message is for category.name. Before I take a look at this, we need to create the absurd category, copy that, and let me scroll down. It will be private async task absurd category. When we are updating category, we will set the is processing to be true again, and then we will check here if category.id is equal to 0. Because in the load category, we are populating category. If id is 0, that means it is create. And in create, we will call our category repository. We have the create async endpoint. In the else part here, we will have update, and there we will call the update async endpoint in category repository. Once that is done here, we will set the is processing to be false again, and we want to navigate back to the category list page. We have seen navigation in Blazor. If we want to navigate, we will have to inject navigation manager. Once I inject that, if I scroll down here, I can say underscore navigation manager dot navigate to, and I want to navigate to category. We do not need any forward slash before the category. This is sufficient. With that, let me restart the application and see if that works. We will go to category here, add new category. Let me write test here. And well, I cannot test that because I did not add the buttons. Let me go back here, and where we are inside the form, let me add another div. Well, not here. It will be right here, div, class of row, margin top of 3. We will need 2 buttons. The first one, we will have a div, class of column 6, and for medium or more, we will say column MD3. I will add a button of type submit here, and for the disabled property, I will set that to be the value of is processing. If there is some processing going on, then we will disable the button. Now the text here, rather than save, let me call that update here, and I will also have a link to go back to the category list here, so that will be in another div. Let me copy and paste this again. That one will be an anchor tag. Let me add href is equal to category, and I will display back to category, or rather let me call that back to list here, and I need a bootstrap icon for that. Let me look up the icons again. I will look for an arrow icon to go back, and let me use this one. Copy that. Go back to the project, and perfect. Now the save here, I don't know if this is valid or not. Let me go back again and validate that. That is because Copilot suggested that icon. Rather than save here, let me use this icon. I will go back to the code here. Let me paste that here. Save all of that. And let's take a look. Perfect, we have the buttons. Let me update the style. Let me add the bootstrap class of form control to take up full width for both of them. And rather than primary, this one will be secondary. Perfect, looks good. So now with test here, if I update that to be test 3, Let me add a debugging point. Perfect. If I click on update, looks good. It is updating that, setting the is processing to be false. Let me press F5 and perfect. It redirects me back. Let me remove that and try it again. And perfect. Looks good. Let me try to create a new category, test 44. And that works. With that, create and edit are looking great. If I click on update, we have validation. So that looks good. That looks good for the basic CRUD operation. The only thing that is pending is delete. I want to add Toaster notifications to this project as well. We already added the JavaScript and CSS needed for Toaster. Let me go back here, and we need to work on the extension and some more custom JavaScript to invoke Toaster. The JavaScript folder, I already added that. Let me open, and we have the JavaScript folder. The folder here is empty and it is not showing up here. I believe if I do show all files, we have the JS. Let me create a new file there. It will be new item, JavaScript file, and I will call that notification.js. Create a function here, window.showToaster, and it will be a new function. There will be two parameters. I will keep it the same if type is equal to success here. Then we will call toaster. Let me go back to the toaster here. We have that, and we have the usage. Scroll down, toaster.info. Let me copy toaster.success to avoid any spelling mistake, and there we will pass the message. If the type is equal to error, in that case we will have toaster.error. Let me copy that, and I will pass the message there. Perfect, that looks good. Then we need to add the extension method. Let me do that. Services folder, we have the extension. Let me add a new item there. It will be a class file. Let me see that. Perfect. I will call that IJS runtime extension. It will be a static class. Let me add that here. And we need to create two endpoints. The first one will be async task for toaster success. And this will be on the IJS runtime. That will be the first parameter, and next one will be the message. Let me add that here. I will add the using statement, and we want to invoke toaster success. The method name will not be toaster success. That is my GitHub Copilot. We will copy show toaster. That looks good. Let me copy and paste this again. The next thing that we need to pass here is whether it is a success or error. If you look here, we are passing the type, and that must exactly match. Finally, we will pass the message, and that looks good. Then we have show error here, and it will be error. Perfect. If we take a look at notification, that looks good. Now, even though I am using GitHub Copilot, if you are using that, it is not always accurate, and I am the ultimate pilot. Even if it will give me some suggestion, I need to decide whether that looks good or not, and I cannot trust that blindly. But the extension here looks good. We need to see if that actually works here. Let me close all of that. And notification.js, we will have to add that in app.razor. Let me open that in the components. Perfect. Right here, let me add that. I can copy this, paste it once again, and we will go in the JS folder. We have notification.js. With that, we need to invoke that in category absurd here. I will inject the IJS runtime to invoke any JavaScript component, and I will call that _JS here. Scroll down to where we have observed, and right here we will await and call underscore JS dot toaster success. When you write toaster success, it will not be detected here because in the underscore imports here, we need to add the using statement of blazor dot services dot extension. Once we do that, perfect, it is being detected. Copy and paste that here for category updated successfully. Let me run the application and see if that works. Now, if this does not work for some reason on your machine, most probable cause for that is if you go to solution, app.razor, the hierarchy might be incorrect. Like if you have jQuery at the very end here, then things will not work. So make sure you follow the same hierarchy that I have here, and let me see if mine actually works or not. Let me try to add here, and perfect, that works. If I update it to something, we have category updated successfully, and that looks good. Now let me show you what you should do if something does not work. Because this is working here, I will add that to my repository, and I will say toaster notification. I have section 12 here, that is where I am committing the change. Let me push them to the remote repository. I will open that repository and you can see I have all the commits. If for some reason this particular commit does not work for you, you can go to my particular commit and exactly see what was updated and update all of the same changes. Now if you were using source control and if things did not work, you can go back here and revert all of your change, then compare my git commit and update everything that I have updated and run the application. That way you will be able to debug yourself and identify where you made mistake. This is very critical whenever you are learning anything to identify on what mistake you have made by yourself. Now of course if thing does not work I will be there to help you, but the less help you will take from me and more you will do yourself will ultimately benefit you in long run. That being said, let me continue from the next video. Now we want to work on deleting a category. If I create a new component, that will be simple to delete a category, but I want to do something different for delete. I want to use Bootstrap model popup to display a confirmation on if you want to delete it, and when the user clicks on yes there, then the category will be deleted. To get started here, let me search for Bootstrap model. Let me open that in V5 here. Well, in the newer version, let me search for model. Press enter there, and we have the model. If you scroll down and click on the button, perfect. We can use this model here, and on save changes we can delete, else they can close it. For that, let me copy this model here, go back to our project, and we will create a new component. Let me close everything that I have open here, and in the pages here, well, not in the pages, in the component, let me create a new folder. I will call that shared here, and in there I will create a razor component. Let me call that BS model. And let me add the HTML that I copied. Let me also copy this button here, and I will add that for now. Right here. Perfect. Now where I have the absurd, let me open that page. In the pages here, we have category absurd. Well, we want that in list category, not in absurd. And right there, I want that model. Now if I search for BS model, it will not come up. It displays the complete namespace blazor.components.shared, and that's okay for now. Let me run the application. Perfect. If I open my category list here, we have the launch demo model, and that is functional. But now I want to do something else. Let me open the DevTools here, and using the console here, I want to toggle this modal. For that I will write bootstrap dot we have the modal, and there we will say get or create instance. In there we want to get this modal. So we will say document dot get element by ID, and what is the ID of this modal will go inside here. On there we have the properties of show and hide. Let me copy this. We will go back to our project here, and in the modal, let me paste that so I do not miss that. The ID is example modal. Add that, and let me cut this. Go back to the browser, remove this, and let me paste that. Well, if we have to paste, we need to write allow pasting, and now let me add that. Now if you do show, that will not work because it is already displayed. But if you modify that to be hide, that goes away. If you update that again, and if you do show, perfect, it comes back up. So from our JavaScript, we need to invoke this endpoint to hide the modal, and we need to invoke this endpoint to show the modal. Let me copy this, and we will have to call this endpoint from JavaScript. Let me stop the application here, and in the JS folder, let me create one more JavaScript, new item. It will be JavaScript, and I will call that common.js. Let me create a function here, show confirmation modal, and there we will paste what we copied. We will show that, and if we have to hide it here, I will call .hide, and that looks good. Right now we are not calling this common.js. We have a modal and we have the button. We need to remove that because what we need to do basically is when we click the delete button, then we need to call this modal. What I mean by that is in category, if I click on the delete button, then we need to load the modal pop-up. Now we need to toggle the modal on this delete button. Before we work on that, we added some code in common.js, and we have to add that in app.razor. That way we will be able to toggle the modal pop-up. Let me open common.js, and example modal is not a good name. Let me modify the ID here to be as confirmation modal, and I will update that in all the places. Perfect. Now next what I want to do is where we have the delete button, there we will have to call something to invoke or to rather call the JavaScript, that is show confirmation modal. If I go back to category list here, where we have the delete button, let me create an onClick event, and there we will create a method handle delete. Let me create that here. It will be private void handle delete, and what we want to do is we want to use some JavaScript. We need to inject the IJS runtime. Let me call that _JS here, and scroll down. We will say _JS dot invoke async. Well, it will be invoke void async because we do not return anything here, and the method name is show confirmation modal. In the parameter we will pass that here, and perfect. Let me run the application and see if that works. We go to category here, and when we click on delete, perfect, we have the modal. But now the category that we want to delete, we need to know the ID of that category. If we do not know that, then we might delete some other category. So with the show confirmation modal, we need to pass ID of the category. Here we will receive that, let me call that integer ID, and then we need to set that in a local variable. Let me create that, private void delete category ID, and it will not be void, it will be an integer. Perfect. Perfect. We will set that to be 0 by default. And then let me scroll down. Right here we can set delete category ID is equal to the ID. So that way in our razor component we know which category needs to be deleted. And now we are calling the show confirmation modal. But then on the confirmation modal, when we hit the save changes button, it needs to invoke an endpoint in the category list component. We have already seen how to do that using event callback. But let me do that in the next video. We are passing ID in the handle delete here, but when we are calling that, we do not have that. If we want to pass a parameter here, we will have to convert that to an arrow function here. And right here, we will pass obj.id, and perfect, looks good. With that, if I add a debugging point here, and if I try that again, if you notice the delete category ID is populated, and that looks good. But in the category list here, we will have to create an endpoint to delete the category. Let me create that endpoint. It will be private async task confirm delete click. I believe that name looks good here. And in the parameter here, we will receive a Boolean flag is confirmed. The reason we will receive a confirmation flag here is based on this flag, we will know whether the user selected delete here or close. If they selected close here, is confirmed will be false. We will proceed here only if is confirmed is true and delete category ID is greater than 0, or let me do not equal to 0. In the else, we will set the delete category ID to be 0 and we will return back. Now we have the is processing flag here. Let me set that. Is processing will be true. And before we go back here, we will set is processing as false. Perfect. That looks good. If everything is confirmed here, we need to delete the category that is inside this ID. In order to delete anything, we need the repository. So at the top here, we already have the category repository. We can use that here. Underscore category repository dot. We have the delete async endpoint, and there we need to pass the ID. That is delete category ID. Let me await on that. After that, we can use the underscore js dot toaster success, and we will display category deleted successfully. Let me check for null flag here, and perfect. Now here we can have a variable result is equal to, and we can check here. If result is true, we display that, else we will display there was some error. Whoops, I hit page up accidentally. In the else here, we will display toaster error. I will display error encountered while deleting. Perfect. That looks good for the if-else condition. Once the category is deleted here, we need to load category again. We will call await.load categories. It will populate the categories again, and then we will set the is processing to be false. And after that, we will disable our is processing. I believe the endpoint here looks great, but how do we invoke this endpoint from the modal right here? For that, we will be using event callback. Let me do that in the next video. We need to use event callback to call the confirm delete click on save changes. Now I know the name does not make sense here. Let me go back here, and for now, let me call that delete. We will update that later on. But in order to call that here, we will add a code block here, and we will get a method in parameter that will be event callback. It will be event callback. Return type will be Boolean, because if you notice here, it will return a Boolean on whether it should delete or not. So we will say Boolean here, and I will call that on modal confirmation. We will add the getter on setter, and that looks good. Now if a user clicks on the close button here, we will have an on click here, and at that point we will invoke the on modal confirmation, but we will return false there because we do not want to delete. And of course we cannot call this directly. We will have to create a method here for the parameter. Let me do async task confirmation clicked with the Boolean value. If value is true here, then we will await on modal confirmation dot invoke async. But if that is false, we will not invoke that method. So here we will be calling the confirmation clicked here with false. Let me copy this, and on delete we will call that, but this time we will have true as the parameter. If you do not want to add the endpoint here, that's also okay, but I wanted to show that as well. Main thing that we are concerned is when true is passed here, it will invoke the method that will be provided as a callback. Let me copy that, and we will add that method as a callback here. On model confirmation is equal to, what was that? Confirm delete click. That was the method name. Let me double check here, and yep, that is good. With that in place, let me add a debugging point, and let me restart the application. We will go to category here, and when you delete, try not to delete these three categories because we will be using them in the later section of the course. So whatever new categories you added, let's delete that. Hit the button. Perfect. Let me examine the category ID here. That is 6. If I continue, great. Category deleted successfully, but the modal did not close. So something is not valid. If I close it here, that is working, but if I delete a category, it deletes that, but modal is not closing automatically. For that, what we have to do is, if I go back to the application, on the confirm delete here, we have the hide confirmation. Let me do that here. We will do await, and I will call the endpoint hide confirmation modal. We already added that here, so we can invoke that. If I go back, the hot reload already kicked in. Let me try to create a new category. That worked. Let me delete, and perfect. It is successful. Finally, I want to update the title and few details in our modal. Now I want to toggle the modal title here, and let's say the color of the button, I can make that dynamic, and also the text that we have. For that, we will add all of them as parameter, and we will pass them from the parent component. In the BS modal here, let me add 3 more parameters. It will be title, button bootstrap style, and button text. I have please confirm here, but we will override that when we will call the component. The title here, let me copy that, and I will replace that here, and I do not want a modal footer. Let me cut that and add that in the modal body. Remove the footer. Perfect. We have the bootstrap style for the button. That will be here. Let me add that. And the text, button text, whoops, button text here. I will add that here. Perfect. Now I am calling that from here. Let me pass them and modify the properties. Let me also include this in the using statement here. Where is that? Imports. That way we do not have to write that every time. Great. Looks good here. Let me pass the other properties. The next one, the style, it will be BT and danger. For red color, button text will be delete. And the final one is title. For title, I will say, are you sure you want to delete the category? And perfect, looks good. Let me go back, and great, that looks much better. If I go back to the model, let me add a style here, give it a width of 150 pixel, and let me make that BT and large in both the places. Save that, and looks good. Finally, let me align this to the center here, and for that in Bootstrap we have a class where we have the modal dialog. Let me make it modal large as well, and we have modal dialog centered. With that, it will be in center of the screen, and that looks much better. If you want to increase height or anything or modify the modal, you can design that accordingly, but right now this looks good. If I delete this category, perfect, our notification and everything is working as expected. I hope you have enjoyed the free video. If you want to continue on and build and enhance the application by making it an e-commerce application with payment gateway, admin panels, UI for homepage, details, shopping cart and much more, I have linked that course in the description below, so you can always enroll there and continue on with your journey with Blazor with the advanced concept. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to like the video and leave a comment, and I hope to see you guys in some other video.